Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've always been a skeptic about the paranormal. Ghosts, spirits, demons, that was all just stuff for movies and campfire stories. But what happened in our apartment changed everything for me. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. My fiancée Lily and I moved into Pinewood Apartments last December. We were excited. It was our first place together, and even though it wasn't anything fancy, it felt like a fresh start. The apartment had this weird circular layout where you could walk from the bathroom to the bedroom, through the living room and kitchen, and back to the bathroom again. We thought it was quirky and kind of cool at first. It was barely a week after moving in when Lily first mentioned something weird. She woke me up in the middle of the night, shaking. Her face was pale and she was breathing hard. There was an old woman standing by the bed, she whispered. She was just watching me. I checked the apartment, thinking maybe someone had broken in, but found nothing. I chalked it up to stress from the move and her adjusting to a new place. I held her until she fell back asleep, but it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Each time, Lily described the same thing. An elderly woman with long grey hair and what she called angry eyes would appear near our bed. Sometimes at the foot, sometimes by the closet, always staring, always with this look of hatred, according to Lily. "She's evil, Garrett," Lily told me one morning over coffee, dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep. "I can feel it. She doesn't want us here." I still wasn't convinced. I suggested maybe it was sleep paralysis or something, but Lily kept insisting it was real. The woman never said anything, never approached her, just watched with those hateful eyes. Meanwhile, I slept like a baby. I didn't see anything, didn't feel anything. Our apartment seemed perfectly normal to me. After about 3 weeks of this, Lily was at her breaking point. She wasn't sleeping. She'd jump at the slightest sound. She'd refuse to go to the bathroom alone at night. I was getting worried about her, so when she suggested having her grandmother come over to bless the apartment, I agreed. I didn't believe in that stuff, but I figured it couldn't hurt. Lily's grandmother came over on a Sunday afternoon. She's this tiny Filipino woman who barely speaks English, but she took this blessing very seriously. She went through every room with holy water and prayers, placing small crosses in various corners. I stood back and watched, trying to be respectful, even though I felt a little silly about the whole thing. That night, something changed. Lily slept through the night for the first time in weeks, and the night after that, and the night after that. "She's gone," Lily said with relief. "I can't feel her anymore." I was happy for her, really. I figured whatever was causing her nightmares had passed, and we could finally get back to normal. But that's when things got weird for me. It started with small things, dreams where I was being watched, waking up in the middle of the night with my heart racing for no reason. The feeling someone was standing in the doorway when I knew Lily was asleep beside me. I didn't tell Lily. She was finally doing better, and I didn't want to freak her out again. Plus, I kept telling myself it was just suggestion. I was imagining things because of everything Lily had described. But the dreams got worse. I'd see this figure hovering near our bed. Not an old woman like Lily described, but something darker. Something that seemed to shift and change when I tried to focus on it. I'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like someone had been sitting on my chest. About a month after the blessing, I was in the kitchen washing dishes while Lily was taking a shower. It was around 8 p.m., just an ordinary evening. I was up to my elbows in soapy water, scrubbing a pot, when something caught my eye. I glanced toward the bathroom door, which was partially open, and saw Lily standing there. She was just standing there, staring at the running water in the sink. Her hair was dry, and she was fully dressed in the outfit she'd been wearing earlier, jeans and her favorite blue sweater. "Hey, I thought you were in the shower," I said, turning back to the dishes. That's when I heard movement from our bedroom, and Lily's voice called out, "Garrett, have you seen my phone charger?" I froze. My hands went still in the soapy water. If Lily was in the bedroom, then who? I slowly turned back toward the bathroom. The figure was still there, but now it was facing me directly. It was Lily, but not Lily. It had her body, her clothes, her hair, but where her face should have been, there was just skin. Smooth, stretched skin with no features, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a blank expanse where Lily's face should be. But somehow I knew it was looking at me. I could feel it staring, even though it had no eyes. The pain hit me suddenly, a blinding, white-hot headache that made me drop to my knees. The dish I'd been washing shattered on the floor. I heard Lily rushing from the bedroom, calling my name in panic, but it sounded far away, like she was calling from the end of a tunnel. My vision tunneled, and the last thing I saw before I blacked out was that thing, that not Lily, tilting its featureless head as if curious about my pain. When I came to, I was on the couch with Lily, hovering over me, real worry on her very real face. She'd called 911, and paramedics were checking me over. They suggested it might have been a sudden migraine or possibly low blood pressure causing me to faint. I didn't tell them what I'd seen. I didn't tell Lily either, not right away. How do you tell someone you saw something wearing their skin? The paramedics left after determining I wasn't in immediate danger. Lily made me promise to see my doctor the next day. I agreed, mainly to calm her down. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at the bathroom doorway, terrified I'd see that thing again. Lily slept peacefully beside me, unaware of what had happened. The next morning, I broke down and told her everything. I expected her to think I was crazy, but instead her face went pale. "It's still here," she whispered. "It's just targeting you now." We talked about having her grandmother come back, maybe do another blessing, but something held me back, some irrational fear that maybe the blessing was what caused it to shift its attention from Lily to me. What if another blessing just made it worse? So we tried to go on with our lives. Weeks passed without incident. I started to think maybe it had been a one-time thing. Maybe it was just stress or my imagination running wild after hearing Lily's stories. Fast forward to late March. I'd torn a muscle in my back at the gym. Stupid mistake, trying to lift more than I should have. The doctor gave me muscle relaxers and told me to take it easy. So I was home alone while Lily was at work. I was sitting on the couch, trying to find a comfortable position that didn't send shooting pain through my back. The TV remote was balanced on the armrest beside me. I remember that clearly because I was being careful not to knock it off when I shifted positions. I got up to get some water, moving slowly and carefully because of my back. I didn't touch the remote, just eased myself up and shuffled toward the kitchen. I was barely 5 steps away when something hit me hard, right in the injured part of my back. The pain was immediate and intense. I cried out and spun around, looking for what had hit me. There, on the floor at my feet, was the TV remote. But it wasn't just that it had fallen. It had hit me with force, like someone had thrown it directly at my injury. There's no way it could have just fallen off the armrest and hit me like that. The trajectory was all wrong. It would have needed to travel at least 5 feet horizontally to hit me where it did. I stood there frozen, staring at the remote on the floor. The apartment was completely silent except for my ragged breathing. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid but terrified at the same time. "Is someone here?" Nothing. I backed up until I hit the wall, my eyes scanning every corner of the living room. There was no one there, no one visible anyway, but I felt it. I felt someone watching me, The same presence from before. It knew I was hurt. It had deliberately targeted my injury. I grabbed my phone and keys and got the hell out of there. I spent the rest of the day at a coffee shop until Lily got off work. When she found me sitting in my car in the parking lot, I told her what happened. We spent that night at a hotel. I couldn't go back there, not then. Lily was understanding, but scared too. This thing, whatever it was, seemed to be escalating. We've been back in the apartment for about 2 weeks now. Lily suggested moving, but our lease isn't up until December, and we can't afford to break it. Plus, part of me is afraid this thing might follow us if we leave. We've been sleeping with the lights on. We've got crosses and other religious symbols all over the apartment now. Not just Lily's Catholic stuff, but also things from other religions. We're covering all our bases, but I still feel it sometimes. A heaviness in the air, a shadow just at the edge of my vision. The feeling of being watched when I'm alone. Last night I was in the shower, and I swear I saw the curtain move, like someone was on the other side, running their hand along it. But when I pulled it back, the bathroom was empty. This morning, I found the TV remote placed neatly on my pillow while Lily was making breakfast. I know I left it on the coffee table the night before. I don't know what to do. I don't know what this thing wants from us. Is it the old woman Lily saw? Is it something else that can take different forms? Why did it shift its focus from her to me after the blessing? I've tried researching online about entities that can mimic human appearance, but there's so much conflicting information. Some sites say ignore it and it will go away. Others say acknowledging it gives it power. Some say blessings help, others say they just piss these things off. I'm stuck in this circular apartment with something that wants to hurt me, something that can look like my fiancé, something that seems to know exactly how to get to me. I've never believed in the supernatural before, but now I'm sleeping with the lights on and jumping at shadows. I catch myself checking Lily's face constantly, making sure it's really her. I'm terrified of seeing that blank, featureless skin again. We're thinking about having Lily's grandmother come back for another blessing, but what if it just makes things worse? What if next time it does more than throw a remote at me? I don't know how to fight something I can't see or understand. All I know is that every time I walk through our apartment, following that circular path from the bathroom to the bedroom, to the living room to the kitchen, and back to the bathroom, I feel like I'm being followed. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of something in the mirrors as I pass by. Something wearing Lily's clothes but with no face. Story 2. I've never been the kind who scares easy. Growing up in upstate New York, I spent my teenage years exploring abandoned buildings and even worked as a night security guard at a supposedly haunted hospital during college. So when I tell you this story, understand that I'm not someone who jumps at shadows or makes up ghost stories for attention. Last year, I bought this old colonial-style house in Hartford, Connecticut. It was built in 1897, according to the property records, and man, did it need work. The price was too good to pass up, though, probably because it had been sitting empty for almost 2 years. My wife Lisa was hesitant at first, but I convinced her that with my construction background, I could transform it into our dream home. Since I was still working my day job as a contractor, I could only work on renovations at night. For about 3 months, my routine was pretty much the same. Get home around 9:30 p.m., grab a quick dinner, then work on the house until 2 a.m. or so. Lisa was staying with her parents until the place was livable, so it was just me and my tools rattling around in that big, empty house. The first weird thing I noticed happened about 2 weeks in. I was focusing on the first floor initially. Living room, dining room, kitchen, and a small study. I'm very methodical about my workspace. Always have been. I close doors to rooms I'm not working in to keep dust contained and to avoid heating or cooling spaces unnecessarily. It's just a habit from years in construction. So I'd finish working on, say, the dining room, close the door, and move to the living room. When I'd come back the next night, the dining room door would be wide open. At first, I figured I must have forgotten to close it or Maybe the old latch wasn't catching properly. I checked the hardware, tightened some screws, and went back to work. But it kept happening, every single night. I'd close a door, and the next time I checked, it would be open again. Not just cracked open either. We're talking wide open, like someone had deliberately pushed it all the way back. After a while, I started making mental notes, even taking pictures on my phone of closed doors before I left a room, just to prove to myself I wasn't losing my mind. I wasn't. About a month in, I started renovating upstairs, 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms that needed complete gutting. The same thing happened up there. I'd close the door to the master bedroom after installing new drywall, and when I returned from getting supplies from my truck, the door would be standing open. It got to the point where I could almost predict it. Close a door, count to 100, and boom, open door. The strange thing was, there was never any sound. No creaking hinges, no slamming, nothing. Just closed 1 minute, open the next. I told Lisa about it over the phone, trying to sound casual. She suggested drafts or uneven flooring, causing the doors to swing open. I tested her theories, leveled the floors, checked for air movement, even installed new door stops. Nothing worked. The doors kept opening. By this point, I was burning through the renovation faster than planned. Not because I was being efficient, but because I wanted to get the hell out of there at night. I'd never admit this to anyone but you guys, but I started feeling watched. Not threatened exactly, just observed. Like someone was following me from room to room, wondering what I was doing to their house. Then came that night, about 3 weeks before the renovations were scheduled to be complete. I was working in the guest bedroom, installing crown molding. I had my Bluetooth speaker playing some classic rock, but kept it low so I could hear if anyone was in the house. Old habits from those security guard days, I guess. I was up on a ladder near the door when I heard it. The bathroom door across the hall violently springing open, not just swinging open, but slamming against the wall with such force that the doorknob punched a hole in the drywall. It sounded exactly like someone had thrown their body against it in anger. My heart nearly exploded. I jumped down from the ladder, grabbed my hammer, and charged at the bedroom door with such force that I knocked the damn thing completely off its hinges. It came crashing down with me on top of it. I scrambled to my feet, hammer raised, ready to confront whoever had broken in. There was nobody there. The bathroom door was wide open, knob embedded in the wall exactly as I'd heard it. But there was no one in the bathroom, no one in the hallway, no footprints in the dust on the floor, no windows open. No way anyone could have gotten out without me seeing them. I checked every room, every closet, the attic, the basement, nothing. I even went outside and circled the house, all doors locked, all windows secure. I was completely alone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my truck in the driveway until dawn, trying to come up with a rational explanation for what had happened. The only conclusion I could reach was one I didn't want to face. Something was in that house, and it wasn't happy about the changes I was making. I'm not religious or spiritual by nature, but I grew up with a grandmother who believed in the old ways. She always said that houses hold memories and sometimes spirits, and that you need to acknowledge them with respect. So the next morning I did something that felt completely ridiculous at the time. I went back into the house, walked through every room, and just talked, out loud, to whatever might be listening. "Look," I said, standing in the center of the living room, "I understand this was your home before it was mine. I'm sorry if the changes I'm making are upsetting to you, but this house belongs to me and Lisa now, and we're going to live here. I hope you can find peace with that." I went room by room, saying similar things. In the bathroom where the door had slammed, I stopped and added, "I don't know what happened to you or why you're still here, but I want to help if I can. Is there something I need to know, something I can do to make this easier for both of us?" I felt stupid talking to empty air, but I also felt lighter somehow, like I was addressing something real. I even set up my phone to record, thinking maybe I'd catch something. When I played back the recording later, there was nothing clear, just some unintelligible whispering during the pauses between my words. Not distinct enough to make out any words, but definitely not just static or background noise. It made the hair on my arms stand up, but here's the weird part. After that morning, the door thing stopped, completely. I'd close a door and it would stay closed. The feeling of being watched faded. The house felt different. Not exactly welcoming, but not hostile either. More like a reluctant acceptance. I finished the renovations without further incident. Lisa moved in with me 6 months ago, and we've been living here normally ever since. No doors opening, no strange sounds, nothing. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember the recording with those whispers and the hole in the bathroom wall that I patched up. I've never told Lisa the full story, just said that I accidentally slammed the bathroom door too hard during renovations. She probably wouldn't believe me anyway. I barely believe it myself. The house is beautiful now. We've made it our own. But sometimes, late at night when I'm alone downstairs, I'll close a door behind me and wait, just for a moment, half expecting it to swing open again. It never does. Whatever was here seems to have accepted that the house has new owners now, or maybe it's just moved on to wherever such things go. I don't know if having that conversation helped, or if the entity just got tired of trying to communicate with me. All I know is that my grandmother was right. Sometimes you just need to acknowledge what's there and set boundaries with respect. The house feels peaceful now, balanced, but I still never leave the bathroom door open at night. Some habits you just can't shake. Story 3. I still get nightmares about what happened that day, even though it's been 7 years. I was 15 at the time, and it was one of those frozen winter mornings in rural Michigan when the air feels like it could shatter if you speak too loudly. My dad had started taking me hunting when I was 12, but this was my first time going alone. Looking back, that was probably a mistake. I woke up at 3:30 a.m., excited and nervous. The house was quiet except for the hum of the heater. I'd laid out all my gear the night before. My dad's old .30-06 rifle. He'd upgraded recently and let me use his old one. My camo, hand warmers, some beef jerky, and a thermos of hot chocolate. Standard stuff for a winter hunt. I remember putting on 3 pairs of socks because my hunting boots were a little big, and my mom always worried about frostbite. By 4 a.m., I was on our four-wheeler heading toward the back property. It was snowing lightly, those tiny, dry flakes that don't really accumulate much, but make everything silent. The headlight cut through the darkness, and my breath clouded around my face shield. We had about 80 acres that backed up against state land, and I was heading to my favorite spot, a platform stand attached to a massive oak at the edge of a clearing. The ride took about 15 minutes through the woods. I remember the four-wheeler's engine seemed unnaturally loud in the pre-dawn silence. I kept thinking about how the sound was probably alerting every animal within a mile that I was coming. I parked about 200 yards from my stand and covered the four-wheeler with a camo tarp. Dad always said the shine of metal can spook deer from further away than you'd think. Walking through the snow in the dark, I kept my flashlight pointed down to avoid ruining my night vision. The trees loomed overhead like silent sentinels, branches occasionally dropping small puffs of snow. It was probably around 15 degrees, and the cold air burned my lungs a little with each breath. When I reached my stand, I slung my rifle over my shoulder and climbed the ladder to the platform about 9 feet up. The wooden platform was covered in a thin layer of snow that I brushed off before settling in. I had a sleeping bag specially made for hunting. It had arm slots so you could still shoot while staying warm. I unrolled it, got inside, and positioned myself facing the clearing. Then came the waiting game. For anyone who hasn't hunted, most of it is just sitting absolutely still and being patient. I checked my watch, 4:45 a.m. Legal shooting time wouldn't start until around 7 shy, but I wanted to be in position early so any animals would have time to forget I was there. The darkness was almost complete. No moon, just endless stars above the tree line, and the faintest hint that somewhere far to the east the sun would eventually rise. I leaned back against the tree trunk and just listened to the woods wake up. Around 5:30, I started to make out vague shapes in the field. The sky had lightened just enough that the world wasn't completely black anymore. I spotted movement at the far edge of the clearing. A spike buck, young with just small antlers. He was too far for a clear shot, and honestly, I was hoping for something bigger. Dad had always taught me to be selective, especially since we weren't hurting for meat that season. The buck grazed for a few minutes before wandering back into the trees. A squirrel scampered across the open area about 20 minutes later, its dark form clearly visible against the snow. The morning crept on, painfully slowly. My toes were starting to get cold, despite the hand warmers I'd stuffed in my boots. I wiggled them carefully, trying not to make any noise. That's when I first heard it, a soft rustling directly beneath my stand. The sound of something small moving through the snow. Probably a rabbit, I thought. They were common on our property. I stayed perfectly still, knowing that any movement or sound from me would spook not just whatever was below me, but any deer that might wander into the clearing. The eastern sky was turning a dull grey now. Objects were becoming more defined as dawn approached. I could see the individual trees at the edge of the clearing, the contours of the field. I remember checking my watch, 6:38 a.m. Legal shooting time would start soon. The rabbit, or whatever it was, continued to move around beneath my stand. I could hear it clearly, the soft crunch of snow, occasional pauses, then more movement. I was debating whether to risk looking down when I heard something else. Footsteps. Larger, more deliberate, coming from behind my stand, from deeper in the woods. My first thought was deer. My heart rate picked up immediately, that familiar surge of adrenaline that hunters know well. But almost immediately something felt wrong. The footsteps were too purposeful, too slow, too measured. Deer move with a certain rhythm. They take a few steps, pause to look and listen, then take a few more. This was different. This was slow, continuous movement. Whatever it was circling. I could track the sound as it moved from behind me to my left, then toward the front of my stand. It was making a deliberate circle around the tree I was in. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My mouth went dry. I stayed completely motionless. The sleeping bag suddenly felt constricting, like I was trapped. I wanted to look down to see what was there, but some primal instinct told me not to move, not to reveal myself. The footsteps continued their circuit, crunching in the snow. I could hear breathing now. Not the snuffling of a deer, but something deeper, rhythmic. The rabbit, or whatever small animal had been under my stand, went completely silent. The woods themselves seemed to hold their breath. For what felt like forever but was probably only a minute or two, nothing happened. The creature below me stopped moving. I could sense it was still there, though, waiting, listening. My heartbeat was so loud in my ears, I was certain whatever was down there could hear it too. Then came a sound I'll never forget, a soft, deliberate sniffing, the kind of sound a predator makes when it's trying to catch a scent. My mind raced through the possibilities. Bear? No, they should be hibernating. Coyote? No, too big by the sound of it. Wolf? There weren't supposed to be wolves in our area, though rumors had circulated. The fear was paralyzing. I wasn't just scared. I was experiencing a kind of terror I didn't know existed. It was like my body understood something my conscious mind hadn't fully processed yet. I was being hunted. For what felt like an eternity, I lay there in my sleeping bag, rifle clutched against me, trying to control my breathing. The creature circled the tree once more, slower this time. The deliberate pace of it was somehow more terrifying than if it had been aggressive. This thing was patient, calculating. My mind kept flashing to nature documentaries I'd seen, predators circling prey, looking for weakness, waiting for the right moment. But I was 9 feet up a tree, safe, right? I kept telling myself that whatever was down there couldn't climb, but I didn't actually know what it was. I don't know exactly when I passed out. The combination of early morning, cold, and the massive adrenaline dump just overwhelmed me. One moment I was frozen in fear, and the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake, disoriented. My watch read 7:22 a.m. I'd been unconscious for about 45 minutes. The woods were lighter now, though the overcast sky made everything appear flat and grey. I listened intently, but heard nothing besides the occasional distant bird call. No footsteps, no breathing, no presence beneath me. I stayed completely still for another 15 minutes, listening, watching, nothing. Whatever had been there was gone, or at least I hoped it was. My body was stiff from being frozen in one position for so long, and my bladder was painfully full. Finally, I allowed myself to move slightly, turning my head to scan the area around my stand. The snow below was disturbed. Tracks circled the base of my tree. From my vantage point, I couldn't make out what kind of tracks they were, just that something had definitely been there. It hadn't been my imagination. About 40 feet to the west of my stand, I noticed a dark area in the snow. Something about it immediately set off alarm bells in my head. I needed to investigate, but the thought of climbing down filled me with dread. What if whatever made those tracks was still nearby, watching, waiting? I spent another 30 minutes gathering my courage, constantly scanning the woods, listening for any sound that might indicate the creature's return. Finally, I couldn't wait any longer. Both curiosity and my bladder demanded action. I carefully packed up my gear, slung my rifle over my shoulder, and descended the ladder, each metal rung ice cold through my gloves. When my feet hit the ground, I immediately felt exposed, vulnerable in a way I never had before in these familiar woods. I approached the dark spot in the snow cautiously, rifle ready, though I'm not sure what I was expecting to find. As I got closer, my stomach dropped. It was blood, a lot of it, soaked into the snow alongside tufts of fur, rabbit fur, the remains of what had likely been the small animal I'd heard earlier. But it wasn't just the blood and fur that made my skin crawl. It was the tracks around it, clear in the fresh snow, unmistakable even to my teenage eyes. Mountain lion tracks. Large ones. My blood ran cold. Mountain lions weren't supposed to be in Michigan, at least not in any significant numbers. There were occasional unconfirmed sightings, but wildlife officials usually dismissed them. Yet here was undeniable evidence, not just tracks, but a kill site. Looking more carefully at the area, I could see the story written in the snow. The mountain lion had circled my tree multiple times. The tracks led to the rabbit kill, then off into the woods. I followed them with my eyes as far as I could see. They headed straight away from my stand, deeper into the state land that bordered our property. I didn't waste any more time. I practically ran back to my four-wheeler, constantly looking over my shoulder. The woods that had always been my sanctuary now felt alien and threatening. Every shadow might hide a predator. Every sound caused me to flinch. The ride back to our house was a blur. I remember bursting through the door, startling my mom, who was making breakfast. I was talking so fast she couldn't understand me at first. When I finally calmed down enough to explain what had happened, my dad grabbed his rifle and we returned to the site together. The tracks were still there. My dad, who'd been hunting these woods for 30 years, confirmed what I already knew. Mountain lion. A big one. He estimated it weighed at least 150 pounds, based on the size of the paw prints. We followed the tracks for about a quarter mile before losing them, where the cat had moved onto rocky ground. We reported it to the DNR, but as expected, they were skeptical. Without photos of the actual animal, I hadn't thought to take pictures of the tracks. Stupid. They logged it as an unconfirmed sighting. My dad was furious, but I was just relieved to be home safe. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what had happened, or more specifically, what hadn't happened but could have. Mountain lions can jump up to 15 feet vertically. My stand was only 9 feet high. If it had wanted to, that cat could have reached me easily. So why didn't it? Was it just curious? Did it not realize I was potential prey? Or did it determine I was too risky? Too much trouble compared to the rabbit it eventually caught. I've replayed that morning hundreds of times in my head. Sometimes I wonder if the cat was studying me, trying to figure out what I was. Sometimes I think it knew exactly what I was and was just toying with me. I'll never know for sure. What I do know is this. We humans think we're at the top of the food chain, especially when we're armed with rifles and technology. But out there in those woods, in the dark early hours when the world belongs to wild things, I was just another animal. Potential prey. The line between hunter and hunted is thinner than most people ever realize. I still hunt, but never alone. And never on that part of our property. Some lessons you only need to learn once. Story 4. I've had plenty of experiences with the paranormal over the years, but what happened at Stones Creek battlefield last month still keeps me up at night. I'm writing this down partly to process it, partly to see if anyone else has encountered something similar. My friend Claire and I have been investigating haunted locations around Tennessee for about 5 years now. We're both in our mid-40s, which I mention because we're not exactly thrill-seeking college kids. We're serious about our research and have the equipment to prove it: EMF detectors, digital voice recorders, full-spectrum cameras, the works. We've been to dozens of locations, but Stones Creek had been on our list for a while. For those who don't know, Stones Creek was the site of a bloody Civil War battle. Thousands of soldiers died there in just a few days. Places with that kind of tragic history tend to hold on to energy, and battlefields are usually hotspots for paranormal activity. We arrived around 7 p.m., just as the park rangers were closing up for the night. They know us from previous visits to other historical sites, so they let us stay after hours with the understanding that we'd lock the gate behind us when we left. The sun was just starting to set as we unloaded our gear from Claire's SUV, and there was that perfect evening chill that always seems to accompany our most successful investigations. The first few hours went better than expected. We started at the main battlefield area, where the cannons are positioned across the field. Almost immediately, my K2 meter started lighting up near one of the cannons. For those who don't know, K2 meters measure electromagnetic fields, and spikes can indicate spiritual presence. I set up my digital recorder and asked a few questions. Is there anyone here who would like to speak with us? Were you a soldier who fought here? Can you tell us your name? When we played back the recording right there, we heard clear responses. What paranormal investigators call EVPs, or electronic voice phenomena. A male voice, barely above a whisper, had responded to my second question with what sounded like, "Union, ma'am." Claire and I looked at each other with that familiar excitement. We've captured EVPs before, but rarely so clear on the first try. We continued across the main battlefield, taking photographs as we went. Several of them showed unexplainable mists around the cannons. Not normal fog, but swirling, localized masses that appeared in some frames and disappeared in others, taken seconds apart. The temperature would drop suddenly in specific spots, sometimes by 10-15 degrees, then return to normal a few steps away. Around 9 p.m., we decided to check out the Nashville Pike Cemetery, which is connected to the battlefield. It's small but old, with graves dating back to the early 1800s. We set up our equipment near the center of the cemetery and began another EVP session. This time, we captured something that still gives me goosebumps. A female voice, soft but perfectly clear, said, "I'm Gloria." Just that. No other responses to our questions. When Claire asked, "Gloria, are you still with us?" there was nothing but silence. But those two words, "I'm Gloria," were unmistakable when we played back the recording. By 10:15, we were feeling pretty satisfied with our evidence. We'd captured more in 3 hours than we sometimes get in a full night. But neither of us wanted to leave yet. There was a section of the battlefield we hadn't explored, the back area that was a bit more wooded and less visited by tourists. "Should we try the back path?" Claire suggested, pointing to a trail that led behind the main display of cannons. I was all for it. The moon was nearly full, providing enough light to navigate without constantly using our flashlights, which can sometimes interfere with equipment readings. We had our headlamps for when we needed more focused light. The back path wound through a mixture of open field and cedar trees. It was beautiful in the moonlight, peaceful even. We stopped to examine some smaller historical markers and a few cannons that were positioned away from the main display. Everything was quiet, except for the usual nighttime sounds: crickets, the occasional owl, the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. We'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes when we decided to take a narrow trail that branched off to the right. It didn't look official, probably made by visitors over time, but it seemed to lead toward another collection of trees that looked interesting in the moonlight. That's when we heard it. At first, it sounded like something large moving through the underbrush, crashing sounds, branches snapping, small trees shaking. My first thought was deer. They can sound surprisingly loud when they're startled. But this was different. The noise wasn't moving away from us. It was moving toward us. And it wasn't just one sound, but several, coming from different points ahead of us. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the crashing stopped. Complete silence fell. Even the crickets went quiet. "What was that?" Claire whispered, clutching my arm. "Probably deer," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Let me check it out." I switched on my headlamp, not my flashlight, which was still in my bag, but the smaller light strapped to my forehead that I use for reading equipment in the dark. The beam wasn't very powerful, but it was enough to illuminate the path ahead and the edges of the cedar grove about 15 feet in front of us. What I saw next is something I'll never forget as long as I live. Eyes. Pairs of eyes reflecting in the darkness among the trees. Not just one pair, but several. I couldn't count exactly how many, because my brain was struggling to process what I was seeing. They weren't the yellow-green reflection you'd expect from deer or other wildlife. They weren't the white reflection you sometimes get from certain angles. These eyes had a different quality altogether. They absorbed the light somehow, like black holes with the faintest rim of reflection. And they were attached to something. Dark masses within the trees, not solid like a person or an animal, but not transparent either, just masses, darker than the surrounding darkness. "Do you see that?" I whispered to Claire. She nodded, unable to speak. Her hand was still gripping my arm, her nails digging into my skin through my jacket. We stood frozen, staring at the eyes that stared back at us. No one moved. The silence was absolute, pressing against my ears like physical pressure. Then one of the masses shifted. It was subtle at first, just a slight movement within the trees. But then it began to move forward, toward the edge of the grove. I don't know what made me keep watching instead of running immediately. Maybe it was the investigator in me, the part that always wants evidence. Or maybe I was simply paralyzed with fear. But I kept my eyes fixed on the moving mass as it approached the edge of the trees. It emerged partially into the moonlight, and I still can't properly describe what I saw. It wasn't fully human-shaped, but it wasn't animal either. It was tall, taller than a person should be, and it seemed to absorb the moonlight rather than reflect it. The shape was wrong somehow, like a human silhouette that had been stretched and distorted. Then it did something that broke our paralysis. It straightened up even taller, and a sound came from it, not a vocalization, but a physical sound. A loud, deliberate stomping noise, like a foot being slammed down hard on the ground. It wasn't a warning shot. It was a declaration. This is my territory. Leave. We ran. God, how we ran. I don't remember dropping my digital recorder, though I must have because it wasn't in my hand or my pocket when we got back to the car. I don't remember the path we took. I just remember running, branches slapping against my face, Claire right beside me, both of us gasping for breath. We didn't stop until we reached the main path, the one that led back to the parking area. Only then did we pause, bending over with our hands on our knees, trying to catch our breath. "Did you—" Claire started. "Yes," I cut her off. I didn't want to hear it described. I didn't want to try to make sense of it yet. We walked quickly back to the car, constantly looking over our shoulders. Nothing followed us that we could see, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave until we were driving away from Stones Creek, the gates locked behind us. It's been a month now, and Claire and I have reviewed our evidence multiple times. The EVPs from earlier in the night are still clear. The photos still show those unexplainable mists. But we lost the digital recorder that was running during our encounter in the woods, so we have no audio of those moments. We've researched local legends about Stones Creek, looking for any mention of entities in the woods. There are the usual battlefield ghost stories, phantom soldiers, sounds of battle, even some accounts of full-body apparitions in Civil War uniforms. But nothing about whatever we encountered on that back path. What were they? I don't know. Spirit guardians of some kind? Something that was never human? I've considered the possibility that they were just people trying to scare us. But that doesn't explain the wrongness of their shapes or the way they absorbed light instead of reflecting it. Whatever they were, I believe they were territorial rather than malevolent. They could have pursued us, but chose not to. That stomping noise, as terrifying as it was in the moment, feels in retrospect like a warning. This far and no further. Claire wants to go back in daylight to see if we can find any traces of what we encountered. Broken branches, unusual tracks, maybe even our lost recorder. But I'm hesitant. The rational part of me says that whatever we saw wouldn't be active during the day, but another part feels like returning would be an intrusion, a disregard for the warning we were given. For now, we've agreed to focus on other locations. There are plenty of haunted places in Tennessee that don't involve whatever was watching us from those trees. But I can't help wondering if we'll eventually be drawn back to Stones Creek, to that back path and the Cedar Grove. Not out of recklessness, but out of that need to understand that drives all paranormal investigators. If we do go back, it will be with more preparation and probably more people. And if anyone reading this has had similar experiences at Stones Creek, or knows anything about entities that gather in the wooded areas of battlefields, please reach out. I'm not looking for explanations that dismiss what we saw. I know the difference between paranormal phenomena and mundane misidentifications. Whatever watched us from those trees that night was real, and it was not of this world. One thing I know for certain, I'll never forget those eyes in the darkness, or the way they seemed to see right through me. I'll never forget the wrongness of those shapes among the trees, or the deliberate warning stomp that sent us running. Some encounters leave a mark on you, a kind of psychic imprint that doesn't fade with time. This is one of those encounters. I still have nightmares about those eyes. In the dreams, I don't run away. In the dreams, I stand my ground as the entity approaches. And just before I wake up, sweating and gasping for breath, I always hear the same words whispered in my mind. This is not your place. Maybe that's the message we were meant to receive. Maybe some parts of this world, even the parts we think we've claimed and marked with our monuments and historical plaques, don't really belong to us at all. Maybe they never did. Story 5. I'm still not sure if I should be writing this down, but I need to tell someone. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I can't sleep properly anymore. Every time I close my eyes, he's there. I need to get this off my chest because it's driving me insane, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It started at the Horns pub in Watford about 3 weeks ago. I'm 22, and I've lived in Watford my whole life, so I know most of the regulars at the local pubs. That Friday night was pretty standard, just unwinding after a long week at work with a gin and tonic. My friends had bailed on me last minute. Thanks, guys. But I decided to go anyway, because my flat was depressing me. I was sitting alone at the bar when he walked in. I remember the moment so clearly because it felt like the entire atmosphere of the pub shifted. He wasn't dressed in anything particularly strange, just dark jeans and a fitted black shirt, but something about him immediately caught everyone's attention. His hair was what I noticed first. Long, white blonde, almost silver in the dim pub lighting. It fell just past his shoulders, perfectly straight. His face was angular with high cheekbones and a slightly pointed nose. I guessed he was in his early 30s, but there was something timeless about him. The bar was packed, but somehow the seat next to mine was empty, and of course that's where he sat. Up close, his skin was unnaturally pale, almost translucent. When he ordered his drink, red wine, which now seems like a sick joke, his voice was hypnotic, smooth with an accent I couldn't quite place. Eastern European maybe, but not quite Russian or Romanian. Something older, if that makes any sense. We started talking, and I remember feeling completely enthralled by him. I'm usually pretty reserved with strangers, but the conversation flowed easily. That's the weird part, though. I can't remember a single thing we talked about, not one topic. I remember laughing. I remember feeling like he understood me better than people I've known my entire life. But the actual content of our conversation, complete blank. At some point, I realized it was nearly 1 a.m. and I needed to head home. He didn't ask for my number or suggest meeting again, which was strange, considering how well we seemed to get on. He just smiled and said something like, "I'm sure we'll see each other again very soon." The way he said it made it sound less like a casual goodbye and more like a promise. It wasn't until I was halfway home that I realized I never even got his name. How could I spend hours talking to someone and not know their name? It bothered me all the way home, but I was too tired to dwell on it. That night I had the most vivid dream I've ever experienced. I was walking through dark, endless corridors that seemed to stretch and twist impossibly. The walls were damp stone, and there was this heavy, musty smell in the air. I could hear whispering all around me, but couldn't make out the words. And he was there, always just around the next corner, his white blonde hair visible for a second before disappearing again. I kept following, desperate to catch up to him, even though some part of me was screaming to turn back. I woke up at exactly 3:33 a.m., drenched in sweat. My heart was racing, and I had this overwhelming compulsion to go to the cemetery on Vicarage Road. It wasn't a thought or an idea. It was like a physical pull, like someone had tied a rope around my waist and was dragging me there. I actually got out of bed and started getting dressed before I snapped out of it and realized how insane that was. Why would I go to a cemetery in the middle of the night? I forced myself to go back to bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was supposed to be somewhere else. The next day was Saturday, and I tried to distract myself. I cleaned my flat, called my mum, watched Netflix, normal stuff. But as the day went on, that pulling sensation came back stronger and stronger. By evening, I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept finding myself staring at my coat and shoes, like my body was preparing to leave, even though my mind was resisting. When it got dark, I finally gave in. I know how stupid and dangerous this sounds. Believe me, I do. A young woman going alone to a cemetery at night. Every horror movie ever says, don't do that. But it didn't feel like a choice. It felt like something I had to do, like my life depended on it somehow. I arrived at Vicarage Road Cemetery at around 11:30 p.m. The gates were locked, obviously, but there's a section of fence near the back that's easy to climb over. I know this because local teens use it as a drinking spot sometimes. I wasn't just randomly knowledgeable about breaking into cemeteries. The cemetery was eerily quiet. No wind, no distant traffic noise, nothing. Just complete silence that made the sound of my footsteps on the gravel paths seem deafening. I had no idea where I was supposed to go, so I just wandered deeper in, past the newer graves toward the older section. At exactly midnight, I checked my phone. I saw him. He was standing among the gravestones about 30 feet away, as casual as if he was waiting for a bus. That white blonde hair practically glowed in the darkness. He smiled when he saw me, and I swear my blood turned to ice. His teeth looked wrong. Not obviously fangs or anything cartoonish like that, but slightly too sharp, too perfectly white. Despite every instinct screaming at me to run, I found myself walking toward him. It wasn't like I was in a trance. I was fully aware of what I was doing. I just couldn't stop myself. When I reached him, he reached out and touched my face. His fingers were ice cold and dry, like touching marble. "You came," he said in that same hypnotic voice from the pub. "I knew you would." We talked for what felt like hours, but my phone later showed it was only about 15 minutes. And just like at the pub, I can't remember what we discussed. Not a single word. I remember his eyes, though. They seemed to shift color slightly, from pale blue to something darker, almost black at times. At some point during our conversation, something deep inside me, some primal survival instinct that had finally broken through whatever hold he had on me, suddenly screamed, "Danger!" It was like a bucket of cold water. I mumbled something about needing to leave and started backing away. He didn't try to stop me, just watched with this amused expression that suggested he knew something I didn't. As I turned to leave, he called after me, "Sleep well, Elise. I'll be waiting in your dreams." I ran all the way home, not stopping once. I didn't even question how he knew my name, when I'm certain I never told him. I spent the next few days in a complete state of panic. I didn't go to work. I didn't leave my flat. I tried not to sleep, but eventually exhaustion would take over. And every time I slept, he was there in my dreams. Sometimes we were in that same corridor from the first dream, sometimes in the cemetery, sometimes in places I've never been. Grand old buildings with ornate architecture and rooms that seemed to go on forever. After 3 days of this, I finally pulled myself together enough to do some research. I started searching online for anything weird associated with Watford Cemetery. At first, I found nothing but local history and ghost stories. But then I stumbled across an old forum thread from 2012 where someone described meeting a man with long white blonde hair and a hypnotic voice at the Moon Underwater pub on the High Street. They too had dreamed about him and felt compelled to go to the cemetery, though they chickened out at the last minute. That led me down a rabbit hole. I found scattered accounts dating back to the late 1980s, all describing the same man with identical features. Some people called him the Pale Man, others the Midnight Stranger, but a few referred to him as the Watford Vampire. I created an anonymous social media account and started reaching out to people who had posted these stories. Most never replied, but 3 did. One woman in her 50s, now living in Scotland, said she encountered him in 1994 and still occasionally dreams about him, especially around the anniversary of their meeting. A man about my age had seen him just last year at a club called Prism, and most disturbingly, a local historian told me there are paintings and sketches in the Watford Museum archives from the early 1900s depicting a similar figure. The historian was the one who confirmed what I'd already started to suspect, that what I'd encountered was the legendary Watford Vampire, not a literal blood-drinking monster, he explained, but something older, something that feeds on connection and fear and memory. He said these entities form attachments to certain people, creating a sort of psychic link that can last for years or even decades. I haven't been back to the cemetery, and I won't go no matter how strong that pulling sensation gets, but I still dream about him almost every night. The dreams are getting more vivid, more real. Sometimes I wake up with the taste of wine in my mouth, even though I haven't been drinking. Sometimes there are small bruises on my arms that I can't explain. Last night was the worst dream yet. We were in a grand ballroom, surrounded by people in old-fashioned clothes who didn't seem to notice us. He was holding my hands, and they felt so cold, but somehow I didn't want to let go. He leaned in close and whispered something in my ear, something important. But when I woke up, I couldn't remember what it was. All I know is that in the dream, I agreed to something. I said yes to something important. When I looked in the mirror this morning, my eyes looked different somehow. The color hasn't changed, but there's something in them that wasn't there before, something older, something waiting. I'm writing this all down as a warning, I guess. If you're in Watford and you see a man with long white blonde hair and a slightly pointed nose, don't talk to him, don't look at him, just leave. Whatever he is, vampire or something else entirely, he doesn't belong in our world, and once he notices you, it's already too late. He's marked me somehow, and I don't know if I'll ever be free of him. What terrifies me most is that part of me doesn't want to be free. Part of me is waiting for night to fall so I can see him again in my dreams. That's how I know this isn't over. Whatever connection he's formed with me, it goes both ways. I'm drawn to him as much as he is to me. I still have that urge to go to the cemetery every night at midnight. It takes everything I have not to give in. I've started taking sleeping pills to knock myself out before the compulsion gets too strong, but they're becoming less effective. I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle against something that has all the time in the world to wait. If anyone else has experienced something similar or knows more about what this thing is, please reach out. I need to understand what's happening to me. And if you're reading this and thinking it's just a crazy story, I hope you're right. But I know what I saw, what I felt. He's real, and he's still waiting for me. I just checked the time. It's 11:30 p.m. The pulling has started again. I don't know how much longer I can resist. Story 6. I've been meaning to share this story for a while now, but honestly, it's taken me some time to process everything that happened during my 4 years working at the Intercontinental Manila. The hotel was demolished a few years back, and in a way, I think that's what finally gave me the courage to write this down. Like maybe whatever was there can't find me anymore. I worked as a night auditor at the hotel from 2009 to 2013. For those who don't know what that is, I was basically the front desk person during the graveyard shift. I handled check-ins, check-outs, processed all the daily transactions, and dealt with whatever guest issues came up in the middle of the night. Looking back, I probably should have realized something was off about the place during my first week. The Intercontinental was one of those old, grand hotels that had been around forever. Lots of dark wood paneling, brass fixtures, and this heavy feeling of history that you could almost touch. The kind of place where you'd expect to see ghosts, even if you didn't believe in them. The night it happened, I was about 6 months into the job. It was a Tuesday in March, around 2:30 a.m. The lobby was completely empty, which wasn't unusual for that time. I remember it was unusually quiet that night. Even the usual hum of the air conditioning seemed muted. We had low occupancy, only about 30% of rooms filled, mostly business travelers who were all tucked away in their rooms. I'd been sitting at the front desk for hours, catching up on paperwork. My eyes were getting tired from staring at the computer screen, and I needed to use the bathroom. Usually we'd use the employee restrooms down in the basement, but that meant taking the service elevator down, walking through that creepy hallway past the laundry rooms, and honestly, I was feeling lazy. The lobby restrooms were just around the corner from the front desk, and at that hour, no guests were around to notice me using them. So I stood up, stretched, and did a quick scan of the lobby to make sure no one was around who might need assistance. Everything was still. The ornate chandelier above the center of the lobby cast this dim, yellowish glow that didn't quite reach the corners of the room. The fancy furniture, all those leather armchairs and polished coffee tables, looked like they were waiting for ghosts to sit in them. I walked across the marble floor, my footsteps echoing slightly despite my attempts to walk quietly. I turned the corner that led to the hallway where the restrooms were located. The men's room was at the end, across from the entrance to the hotel's bar and lounge, which was closed and dark at that hour. That's when I saw him. He was just standing there. An older man, maybe in his 60s, balding with what hair he had left cropped short on the sides. He was stocky, with a bit of a belly pushing against a plaid polo shirt that was tucked into khaki pants. He was facing the entrance to the lounge, his back partially to me. The strange thing was, he wasn't completely solid. It's hard to explain, but it was like he was both there and not there at the same time. I could see him clearly, but it was almost like I was seeing him with something other than my eyes, like the image was being projected directly into my mind. I hesitated for a second, wondering if I should approach him. It was way past closing time for the lounge, and guests shouldn't have been wandering around down there, but something about him made me uneasy. I decided to just continue to the bathroom, figuring he was probably a guest who was confused about the lounge hours or looking for the restroom himself. As I walked past him, he didn't acknowledge me at all. No movement, no turning of the head, nothing. I could feel the hair on my arms standing up, but I told myself I was being ridiculous. After working nights for 6 months, I was probably just sleep-deprived and imagining things. I pushed open the heavy wooden door to the men's room and went inside. The fluorescent lights flickered on automatically, making me blink at the sudden brightness. The bathroom was empty, all white tiles and mirrors that made it feel colder than the rest of the hotel. I did my business quickly, washed my hands, and stood there for a moment, looking at my tired face in the mirror. I remember thinking about whether I should say something to the man outside. Maybe he needed help, was lost. It was my job to assist guests, after all. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open, stepping back into the hallway. He was still there, in the exact same position, hadn't moved an inch. Still staring at the darkened entrance to the lounge. A chill ran through me, but I tried to shake it off. "Excuse me, sir," I called out. "Can I help you with anything?" No response, not even a twitch. I called out again, a little louder this time, but still nothing. I decided to walk closer to him, though everything inside me was screaming not to. As I got within a few feet, I realized I couldn't hear him breathing, couldn't see the slight movements a person makes even when standing still. He was completely motionless in a way that wasn't possible for a living person, and there was something else. The air around him felt different, colder, heavier somehow, like walking through invisible syrup. That was enough for me. I turned and walked quickly back to the front desk, fighting the urge to run. I kept looking back over my shoulder, but he never followed, never moved, just stood there, staring at the lounge entrance. When I got back to my station, I sat down heavily in my chair, my heart pounding. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a guest who was hard of hearing. Maybe he was sleepwalking. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those things. I managed to get through the rest of my shift, though I kept glancing toward that hallway. I didn't see the man again that night, and I told myself I was just tired, seeing things that weren't there. The next night, I came in for my shift as usual. Everything seemed normal. I chatted with the evening staff as they handed over to me, did my initial rounds of the lobby, and settled in at the front desk. Nothing out of the ordinary happened for the first few hours. Around 3 a.m., I needed to use the bathroom again. I hesitated, remembering the previous night, but decided I was being silly. I'd use the lobby bathroom again. It was closer, and whatever I thought I'd seen the night before was surely just fatigue playing tricks on my mind. I walked the same path across the lobby, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. As I turned the corner into the hallway, my blood went cold. He was there again, the exact same man. in the exact same spot, wearing the same plaid polo shirt in the exact same position, staring at the darkened lounge entrance. This time, there was no denying what I was seeing, no way to rationalize it. My whole body broke out in goosebumps, and I felt that strange, heavy coldness radiating from where he stood. Without thinking, I turned and practically ran back to the front desk, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stayed behind the desk for the rest of my shift, holding my bladder until morning when other staff arrived. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. How could I explain it without sounding crazy? A few days passed, and I made sure to use only the employee bathrooms, taking the long walk to the basement despite my laziness. But the image of that man kept haunting me. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still there, standing in that hallway, night after night, staring at the lounge entrance. About a week later, I was working with Manuel, one of the bellmen who'd been at the hotel for over a decade. He was in his 50s, a quiet, serious man who rarely engaged in small talk. But that night, as we were both taking a coffee break in the staff room at around 4 a.m., I decided to ask him if he knew anything about the hotel's history. "Manuel," I started, trying to sound casual, "has anyone ever, died in the hotel?" He looked at me with narrowed eyes. "Why are you asking?" I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. "Just curious. Old building like this must have some stories." Manuel took a slow sip of his coffee before answering. "Many people die here over the years. Is normal in hotel this old." "Anyone near the lobby? Like near the lounge area?" I pressed. His expression changed subtly. There was a wariness there now, a recognition. "Why are you asking about that area specifically?" I hesitated, then decided to just tell him. "I saw someone, a few nights ago. An older man, balding, kind of heavy, wearing a plaid polo shirt. He was just standing there, staring at the lounge entrance." Wouldn't respond when I spoke to him. Manuel's coffee cup froze halfway to his lips. His eyes widened, and he slowly set the cup down on the table. "You saw him? You actually saw him?" The way he said it made my skin crawl. "So you know who I'm talking about?" Manuel nodded slowly. "That must be Mr. Reyes. He died there, right where you saw him about 8 years ago. Heart attack. He was a regular, came to the lounge every night for years. Always wore those plaid shirts." "How did you know exactly who I meant?" "I didn't describe him that well," I said, my mouth dry, "because others have seen him too. Not many, but a few. Always in that same spot." Manuel leaned closer. "But the way you described him, the plaid shirt, his build, that's exactly what he was wearing when it happened. I was there that night. I helped the paramedics when they came." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. So I really saw I couldn't even say the word. Ghost? Spirit? Whatever you want to call it. Manuel shrugged, but I could tell he was disturbed. "This hotel is full of them. Most people just can't see them." "But why can I?" I asked. "Some people are more sensitive, open to these things." He studied my face. "You're one of them. You'll probably see more." And I did. Over the next 4 years I worked there, I encountered numerous unexplainable things. Glimpses of people who vanished when I looked directly at them. Voices calling my name when no one was there. Elevators stopping at floors when no button had been pressed, opening to reveal empty hallways that somehow felt occupied. Room service orders coming from rooms that were vacant, the sound of furniture moving in empty conference rooms. But Mr. Reyes was the first and the most distinct. I saw him many more times during my years there, always in the same spot, always staring at the lounge. I learned to accept his presence, even giving him a small nod when I passed, though he never acknowledged me. The strangest part, on my very last night working at the Intercontinental, before I left for a new job, I was doing my final walkthrough of the lobby. I turned that familiar corner and saw Mr. Reyes in his usual spot. But this time, just for a second, he turned his head and looked directly at me. Then he nodded, almost imperceptibly, before turning back to face the lounge. It was like he was saying goodbye. The hotel was demolished a few years later to make way for new development. Sometimes I wonder what happened to Mr. Reyes and all the other spirits that called that place home. Did they move on? Are they still there, haunting an empty lot? Or did they somehow attach themselves to the people who, like me, could sense their presence? I don't know the answers. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I can still see him standing there in his plaid shirt, forever waiting outside a lounge that no longer exists. And I wonder if he sees me too. Story 7. I still can't explain what happened that night. I've been driving taxis in Singapore for over 25 years, and I've seen pretty much everything. Drunk tourists, businessmen having meltdowns, couples fighting, even a woman giving birth in my back seat once. But nothing prepared me for what happened 3 weeks ago. I haven't told many people about this because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was a Tuesday night, around 11:30 p.m. The rain had been coming down steadily all evening. Not the usual tropical downpour, but that persistent drizzle that makes everything look hazy under the streetlights. Business had been slow, and I was thinking about calling it a night after one more fare. I'd been driving up and down the roads near Clark Quay, where there are usually plenty of tourists and locals heading home from dinner or drinks. The neon signs from the restaurants and bars reflected off the wet pavement, creating this surreal glow that made the whole area look like something out of a movie. I remember checking my phone, wondering if I should just turn off my taxi sign and head home to my wife when I spotted her. Standing alone at the corner under a street lamp was this woman in a red cheongsam. You know, those traditional Chinese dresses with the high collar and the slit up the side. Even from a distance, something about her seemed off. She wasn't trying to stay out of the rain, just standing there perfectly still, looking straight ahead. I pulled over, thinking she might need a ride. Up close, her appearance was even stranger. Her skin was incredibly pale, almost translucent, and she had this old-fashioned hairstyle with a jade hairpin. The cheongsam she wore looked expensive but somehow dated, like something from an old photograph. When she got in, I had to suppress a shiver. The air around her felt at least 10 degrees colder than the rest of the car. I turned to ask where she wanted to go, and she just whispered, "Chinatown, please." Her voice was so soft I barely heard it, like a sigh more than actual words. I nodded and reset the meter. "Which part of Chinatown, ma'am?" I asked, but she didn't answer. When I glanced in the rear-view mirror, she was just staring out the window, her expression unreadable. I figured maybe she didn't hear me, so I started driving toward Chinatown anyway, planning to ask for more specific directions when we got closer. The rain was picking up, and the streets were emptying fast. I turned up the heater because suddenly my car felt like an icebox. My fingers were stiff on the steering wheel, and I could see my breath fogging slightly. The heater was definitely working. I could feel the warm air blowing, but it was like it couldn't penetrate this cold bubble that had formed inside the car. I tried making small talk, asked if she was heading home or meeting friends, but she remained silent. That's when I really started paying attention to the rear-view mirror. Something wasn't right about her reflection. It seemed incomplete somehow, like the edges of her figure were blurry or fading into the shadows of the back seat. We were about halfway to Chinatown when I decided to try one more time. "Excuse me, which street in Chinatown would you like me to?" I stopped mid-sentence because when I looked in the mirror again, the back seat was empty. I nearly swerved into another lane. My heart was hammering against my ribs as I pulled over to the side of the road. I turned around completely, thinking maybe she had somehow slumped down or fallen over, but there was nobody there. The back seat was absolutely empty. My first thought was that I was losing my mind. Had I imagined picking up a passenger? No, the meter was running. I definitely had picked someone up. Maybe she had somehow gotten out of the car without me noticing. But how? We were driving at about 50 km/h, and I would have heard the door open. Plus, the child safety locks were engaged, a habit I'd developed after years of driving. I sat there for a good 5 minutes, trying to calm down and make sense of what was happening. I even got out and checked the trunk, as ridiculous as that sounds. Nothing. I got back in, completely baffled, and noticed that the navigation system on my dashboard was still set for Chinatown, specifically to a small temple on Temple Street. I hadn't set that destination. I didn't even have the exact address until that moment. I'm not a superstitious person. I've always considered ghost stories to be just that, stories. But sitting there in my taxi, with rain drumming on the roof and an inexplicable destination glowing on my dashboard, I couldn't come up with a rational explanation for what was happening. I could have gone home. Actually, that's what every instinct was screaming at me to do. But there was something else too, a feeling that I needed to see this through. So against my better judgment, I put the car in drive and continued toward Chinatown. The streets got narrower as I entered the historic district. During the day, this area is bustling with tourists and locals shopping at the markets and eating at food stalls. At night, especially a rainy Tuesday night, it was eerily quiet. Most of the shops were closed, their security gates pulled down, and only a few restaurants still had lights on. I followed the navigation to Temple Street and found myself stopping in front of a small, ancient-looking temple tucked between two newer buildings. The sign identified it as the Seng Wong Bao Temple, one of the oldest in Singapore, dedicated to the city god. I'd passed by it countless times, but had never gone inside. I sat in the car for a long time, engine idling, wipers slapping back and forth. The temple lights were on, which surprised me given the hour. Golden light spilled out from the entrance onto the wet steps leading up to it. The rain had formed a curtain around my taxi, isolating me in this bubble of uncertainty and fear. I don't know what made me get out of the car. Curiosity? A sense of unfinished business? Whatever it was, I turned off the engine, grabbed my umbrella, and stepped out into the rain. The street was deserted except for a stray cat seeking shelter under a nearby stall. The air smelled of wet concrete, incense, and something else I couldn't identify, something old and musty. As I approached the temple, I heard music. A faint, haunting melody played on what sounded like an erhu, that traditional Chinese two-stringed instrument. The sound was so soft it was almost drowned out by the rain, but it pulled me forward like a physical force. I hesitated at the entrance, suddenly aware of how inappropriate it might be to walk into a temple so late at night. But the door was open, and something told me I was meant to be there. I folded my umbrella, shook off the rain as best I could, and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit by dozens of red candles and a few overhead lights. The air was thick with incense smoke that curled and danced in lazy patterns. The walls were lined with statues of various deities, their faces serene yet somehow watchful in the flickering light. Despite being out of the rain, I felt even colder inside than I had in my car. And there she was. The woman in the red cheongsam was kneeling before the main altar, her back to me. She seemed to be praying, her head bowed slightly. Even from behind, I recognized her immediately. The same hairstyle with the jade pin, the same distinctive red dress. The music I'd heard was louder now, but I couldn't see anyone playing an instrument. I stood frozen just inside the entrance, unsure whether to approach her or leave quietly. Before I could decide, she slowly rose and turned to face me. That's when I saw her clearly for the first time. She was beautiful in a delicate, old-fashioned way, but her eyes held a profound sadness, that made my chest tighten, and her face, there was something not quite solid about it. In the candlelight, I could almost see the altar through her features if I looked too directly. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, glistening like liquid silver. She looked at me and smiled, a small, sad smile that somehow conveyed both gratitude and regret. "Thank you for bringing me home," she said in that same whisper-soft voice I'd heard in the taxi. "I have waited so long." I tried to speak, but couldn't find my voice. 1,000 questions raced through my mind, but before I could ask any of them, she turned back toward the altar. She bowed deeply, reverently, and then, I swear this is what happened, she simply faded away. Not dramatically or suddenly, but gradually, like mist dissipating in morning sunlight. One moment she was there, and the next she was gone, leaving nothing but a lingering trace of jasmine perfume in the air. I stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. My hands were shaking, and I felt lightheaded, like I might pass out. An elderly monk emerged from a side room and seemed surprised to see me. He asked if I was there to pray, and all I could do was shake my head and back away toward the door. Outside, the rain had stopped and the streets glistened under the streetlights. My taxi was where I'd left it, but somehow it looked different, smaller, more ordinary. I got in and sat behind the wheel, trying to process what had just happened. I drove home in a daze, barely registering the route I took or the few other cars on the road. When I got home, my wife was asleep. I didn't wake her. What would I say? How could I explain an experience that defied explanation? The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept going back and forth between thinking I'd somehow hallucinated the whole thing and accepting that I'd actually encountered something supernatural. I decided to do some research on the Sengwongbeo Temple, hoping to find something that might make sense of my experience. What I found sent chills down my spine. The temple has a history dating back to the 1800s. According to local legend, a young woman died there on her wedding day in the 1930s. Some stories say she took her own life after learning her fiancé had been killed overseas, while others suggest she died of illness. She's said to appear occasionally to taxi drivers, asking to be taken to Chinatown so she can pray at the temple one last time. I've been driving taxis in Singapore for 25 years, and I've never believed in ghosts. But I can't explain what happened that night. I can't explain how a woman vanished from my moving car, or how she appeared in that temple, or how she disappeared before my eyes. I can't explain the navigation system setting itself to a destination I hadn't entered, or the bone-deep cold that no heater could touch. All I know is that I drove somebody, or something, home that night, and sometimes, when I'm driving through Chinatown in the rain, I catch myself checking the rearview mirror more often than usual, half expecting to see her pale face looking back at me. I avoid Temple Street now. Some passengers get annoyed when I take the long way around, but they wouldn't understand. How could they? I still drive my taxi every night. I still pick up passengers from all walks of life. But I'm different now. I notice things I never did before. The weight of history in old buildings, the stories that might linger in ancient places, the possibility that some journeys never really end. And whenever I see a woman in a traditional red dress, standing alone in the rain, I drive a little faster in the opposite direction. Story 8. I've been putting off writing this for a while now. It's not easy to admit the choices I made that night, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone will believe me. Maybe no one will. I don't really care anymore. This happened about 3 years ago when I was at my absolute lowest. I'd just lost my job at the marketing firm where I'd been working since graduation. My girlfriend of 4 years had broken up with me a month earlier, saying she couldn't see a future with someone so unmotivated. My landlord was threatening eviction because I was 2 months behind on rent. I was drowning in student loans. Everything was falling apart. I live in Singapore, and anyone from here knows about Geylang. For those who don't, it's this area that's famous for two things: amazing food and the red light district. I'd been to Geylang plenty of times for the food stalls, but I'd always avoided the shadier parts. I was raised in a pretty conservative family, and even though I'm not religious, some of those values stuck with me. That day started with my final paycheck, which was pathetically small after deductions. I spent hours applying for jobs online without a single response. By evening, I was so sick of staring at rejection that I just needed to get out. I told myself I'd go grab some food at one of the hawker centers, maybe have a beer, clear my head. It was around 9 p.m. when I got off the MRT at Al Junaid station. The air was thick with humidity, typical Singapore weather. The main streets of Geylang were alive with their usual chaos. Food vendors calling out to passers-by, the smell of frying noodles and durian, groups of tourists looking slightly uncomfortable but curious. I found a place selling char kway teow and ordered a plate along with a tiger beer. Sitting there alone, watching people laugh and talk around me, I felt this overwhelming sense of failure. I was 27 years old with nothing to show for it. No job, no relationship, barely a place to live. I ordered another beer, then another. By midnight, I was definitely tipsy. Not completely drunk, but definitely not thinking straight. I paid my bill and started walking with no real destination. Maybe it was the alcohol. Maybe it was just being tired of always doing the right thing. But I found myself drifting toward the Lorongs, the numbered side streets where the brothels operate. Lorong 18 was lined with budget hotels with their pink and red lights. Women stood outside some of the buildings, making eye contact with passing men. I'd always avoided these areas before, but that night something pulled me forward. I felt like I deserved something, anything, that might make me feel better for even just an hour. As I was walking down the street, feeling completely out of place, I noticed someone watching me from a narrow alley between two buildings. At first, I just caught movement in my peripheral vision, just a shadow, really. When I turned to look directly, I saw a woman standing about 10 meters into the alley. She was wearing a dark blue dress that seemed to shimmer slightly under the distant streetlights. What caught my attention was how she seemed different from the other women on the main street. She wasn't calling out or trying to get customers. She just stood there looking directly at me. She raised her hand slightly, beckoning with just her index finger. I should have walked away. Everything in me should have said, "This is sketchy as hell," but instead I felt drawn to her. I remember thinking she was surprisingly elegant looking, with long black hair that fell past her shoulders. Her face was partially hidden in shadow, but what I could see looked beautiful in a very traditional Chinese way. I walked toward her, and she smiled. As I got closer, she turned and started walking deeper into the alley. I followed. The sounds of the main street quickly faded as we took several turns. The buildings crowded in overhead until only a thin strip of night sky was visible. The humidity seemed to increase the further we went, making it hard to breathe. "Where are we going?" I finally asked. My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet alley. She stopped and turned. Now I could see her face clearly. She was beautiful, but there was something off about her eyes. They seemed too dark, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. She spoke softly in Mandarin. I understand a little, but not enough to get what she was saying. "I don't understand," I told her. "Do you speak English?" She switched to English with a heavy accent. "One night, $1,000. I nearly choked. That was way more than the going rate in Geylang. It was also most of what I had left in my bank account. I should have laughed and walked away. Instead, I found myself nodding. "Okay," I said. She smiled again and continued walking. We came to an old building that looked like it had once been a shop house. The paint was peeling and the windows were covered with metal shutters. She pulled out a key and opened a door that I hadn't even noticed at first. It blended with the wall, painted the same faded green. Inside was a narrow staircase that smelled of mold and something else, like incense but bitter. We climbed to the second floor, and she unlocked another door. The room we entered was small with minimal furniture. Just a bed with red sheets, a small table with an electric kettle, and a door that I assumed led to a bathroom. The thing I noticed immediately was how cold it was. Singapore is always hot and humid, even at night, but this room felt like it had air conditioning on full blast. I could see my breath forming little clouds when I exhaled. "It's freezing in here," I said, rubbing my arms. "You will be warm soon," she replied, closing the door behind us. There was no lock that I could see, which made me nervous. She moved to the table and poured water from the kettle into 2 small cups. Tea first, tradition. I took the cup she offered. The liquid was dark and smelled strange, like wet earth and old flowers. I pretended to sip it but didn't actually drink any. She watched me with those dark eyes until I put the cup down. "Payment now," she said, holding out her hand. I hesitated, then pulled out my wallet. I had about $800 in cash, my final paycheck that I'd just cashed. I was going to use it for rent, but at that moment, I didn't care. I handed it to her. "Not enough," she said, counting it quickly. "It's all I have," I told her. "I can get more tomorrow." She considered this for a moment, then nodded. "For now, it is okay." She put the money in a small wooden box on the table, then moved closer to me. Up close, her skin looked too perfect, almost like porcelain. When she touched my face, her fingers were ice cold. "You're sad," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah," I admitted. "Life's not great right now." "I make you forget sadness," she promised. She leaned in to kiss me, and her lips were as cold as her fingers. Despite the chill, there was something intoxicating about her touch. My head started feeling fuzzy, like I'd had way more to drink than just 3 beers. She guided me to the bed, and I sat down heavily, feeling increasingly dizzy. The room seemed to shift around me, the walls breathing slightly. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision. "What was in that tea?" I asked, though I hadn't actually drunk any. She didn't answer, just pushed me gently so I was lying down. The ceiling above the bed had a strange water stain that seemed to be spreading as I watched. The red sheets felt damp against my back, like they'd been left out in the rain. That's when I heard it. A low, mournful sound coming from somewhere outside. At first I thought it was the wind, but there's rarely wind in Singapore's stifling climate. The sound grew louder, becoming a distinct wailing. It reminded me of the Hungry Ghost Festival, when people believe the gates of hell open and spirits roam the earth. "What's that noise?" I asked, trying to sit up. She placed a hand on my chest, keeping me down with surprising strength. "Just wind. Ignore." But it wasn't wind. The wailing had words now, though in a language I didn't understand. It sounded ancient and full of grief. The temperature in the room dropped even further. My breath was coming out in thick clouds now. The woman straddled me, her face hovering above mine. But something was changing. Her features seemed to be shifting, becoming less distinct, like a photograph slowly being erased. "What's happening?" I tried to push her off, but my arms felt impossibly heavy. That's when I felt it, a presence in the room with us. Something watching from the corner. I turned my head, and in the shadows, I saw a figure taking shape. At first it was just a darker patch of darkness, but then it began to solidify. It was another woman, but not like any I'd ever seen. Her face was contorted in an expression of such profound anguish that looking at her made my chest hurt. Her eyes were hollow black pits, her mouth open in a silent scream. She wore old-fashioned clothes, something from maybe the 1940s or 50s. The edges of her form weren't solid. They seemed to dissolve into the shadows around her. The woman on top of me turned to look at the apparition, and as she did, her face changed. The beautiful features melted away, revealing something ancient and inhuman underneath. Her skin turned ashen grey, her eyes sank into her skull, and her mouth stretched impossibly wide, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I was paralyzed, pinned to the bed not just by her weight, but by a crushing terror that made it impossible to move. The ghostly woman in the corner drifted closer, her feet not quite touching the floor. She spoke, her voice sounding like it was coming from underwater and very far away. "You have trespassed," she said in accented English. "This ground is sacred. This building is mine." The creature on top of me, because I couldn't think of her as a woman anymore, hissed something in response, in a language that sounded like breaking glass. The ghost raised her hand, and the creature shrieked. It rolled off me, collapsing onto the floor where it seemed to melt into the shadows, disappearing completely. Now it was just me and the ghost. I still couldn't move, couldn't speak, could barely breathe. She drifted closer until her face was directly above mine. Cold tears fell from her empty eyes, landing on my cheeks like ice. "You must pay the price," she whispered. "What price?" I finally managed to gasp. "For disturbing my rest, for following her here, for your desires." Her voice was getting louder, the room growing colder, the walls seemed to be closing in. This was my home. They killed me here. They buried me beneath the floor. Now it is my prison. I could feel myself starting to black out, whether from fear or something supernatural, I don't know. The last thing I remember clearly is her reaching toward my chest, her hand passing through my skin like it wasn't even there. I felt something cold wrap around my heart, squeezing. "A piece of you stays with me," she whispered, "so I am not alone." I must have fainted then, because the next thing I knew I was waking up in the alley outside the building. It was dawn, the sky just starting to lighten. I was lying in a puddle of stagnant water, my clothes soaked through. My wallet was gone, along with my phone and watch. I stumbled to my feet, my head pounding, my chest aching like I'd been punched. The door to the building was gone, just a solid wall where I was certain there had been an entrance the night before. I managed to find my way back to the main street, which was already coming alive with morning vendors setting up their stalls. A taxi driver took pity on me and let me use his phone to call a friend who came and paid for my ride home. For weeks afterward, I tried to convince myself it had been a drug-induced hallucination. Maybe the woman had slipped something into that tea and I had actually drunk it without remembering. Maybe she'd robbed me and dumped me in the alley. But I know that's not what happened. Because ever since that night, I've been different. There's a cold spot in my chest that never warms up, no matter how hot the day is. Sometimes at night, I wake up to the sound of distant wailing, though when I check, my apartment is silent. And sometimes, in mirrors or windows, I catch a glimpse of someone standing behind me, a woman in old-fashioned clothes with eyes full of infinite sadness. When I turn around, there's never anyone there. I never went back to Geylang after that night. I found a new job, moved to a different part of Singapore. I tried therapy, tried medication, tried everything to forget what happened. Nothing works. Whatever that ghost took from me, I'm never getting it back. And sometimes, late at night, when I can't sleep, I wonder if a part of me is still in that room, trapped with her for eternity. Story 9. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since that night at Old Changi Hospital, and I keep waking up drenched in sweat. My heart racing like I'm still running through those endless corridors. I need to write this down, get it out of my system somehow. Maybe someone here will believe me, or at least understand why I can't just get over it, like my parents keep telling me to. It started with Ben's stupid idea. He's always been obsessed with those paranormal YouTube channels and kept going on about how Old Changi Hospital was like the holy grail of haunted places in Singapore. For those who don't know, it's this massive abandoned hospital from WP where the Japanese reportedly tortured prisoners. The place has been sitting empty for decades, collecting ghost stories like dust. "Come on, Alex, it'll be epic," Ben kept saying, already recruiting David, Sarah, and Mary. I didn't want to be the only chicken, so I reluctantly agreed. We planned it for a Friday night, when the security guards supposedly took longer breaks. Ben had researched the patrol schedule by staking out the place the week before. That should have been my first warning sign about how serious he was taking this stupid adventure. The day of, I almost bailed. I had this knot in my stomach all through classes. But I showed up at our meeting spot near the east entrance at 11 p.m. anyway, carrying my backpack with water, snacks, a first aid kit, I'm always the prepared one, and my phone with its supposedly amazing night vision camera feature. "Took you long enough?" David said when I arrived. He and Ben were dressed in all black like some wannabe ghost hunters. Sarah and Mary stood a bit apart, whispering to each other. Sarah looked as uncomfortable as I felt, while Mary seemed excited, bouncing on her heels. "Security guy just left for his break," Ben announced, checking his watch. "We've got about 40 minutes before he circles back." We climbed over a section of fence where someone had clearly cut the wire before. The hospital loomed ahead, this massive white building with black, empty windows like eye sockets. Even in the moonlight, you could see the paint peeling off in sheets. Vines crawled up one side, nature slowly reclaiming the building. "It's bigger than I expected," Mary whispered, her voice already tight with anticipation. Ben led us to a broken ground floor window. "Ladies first," he joked, but nobody laughed. David went first instead, then helped the rest of us through. The smell hit me immediately. Not just dust and mold, which I expected, but something else, something stale and somehow sad, like the building itself was dying. Our flashlight beams crisscrossed in the darkness, revealing a reception area with an old counter covered in debris. Papers were scattered everywhere, brittle and yellow with age. Graffiti marked most walls, some of it fresh enough to show that we weren't the first thrill-seekers to break in recently. "Check this out," David said, pointing his light at a faded hospital map on the wall. 5 floors, plus a basement. "Where should we go first?" Mary asked, her voice echoing slightly down the hallway. "Operating theaters," Ben replied without hesitation. "Second floor." We moved through the reception area toward a stairwell, our footsteps crunching on broken glass and plaster. The stairs groaned under our weight. Every step deeper into that place felt wrong, like we were trespassing not just in an abandoned building, but in a place where pain had seeped into the walls. The second floor was darker somehow, the windows either boarded up or painted over. Our flashlights barely cut through the thick darkness. The corridors stretched out in both directions, doorways gaping open like mouths. "The operating theaters should be this way," Ben said, consulting a crude map he'd printed out from some urban explorer forum. We walked slowly, sticking close together. I remember noticing how quiet everyone had become. Even Ben, usually unable to shut up for more than 30 seconds, just focused on navigating. The operating theater was a large room with a rusted metal table in the center. Overhead, a massive light fixture hung precariously, swaying slightly even though there was no breeze. The walls were lined with broken cabinets, and old medical instruments were scattered around. "Can you imagine being cut open in here?" David whispered, running his hand along the edge of the table. "Don't touch that," I hissed. Sarah was filming everything on her phone. "This is going to get so many views," she kept saying, but I could hear the nervousness in her voice. That's when Mary pointed to something in the corner, a wheelchair positioned oddly facing the wall. "Was that there when we came in?" she asked. "Of course it was," David said, but he didn't sound convinced. Ben walked over to inspect it. Probably just left by the last group who came through here. I checked my watch. We'd been inside for 15 minutes already. We should keep moving if we want to see more before the guard comes back. We continued exploring the second floor, finding patient rooms with rusted bed frames and bathrooms with cracked, stained tiles. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, except for these weird, clean patches that made no sense, like someone had been cleaning specific spots. Sarah kept falling behind to film, and I kept having to wait for her to catch up. After about 10 minutes of this, I turned around again to check on her, but she wasn't there. "Guys!" I called out, my voice sounding small in the empty corridor. "Where's Sarah?" Everyone stopped and looked around. Sarah was nowhere to be seen. "She was just behind us," Mary said, her voice rising with concern. "Sarah!" Ben called out, louder than was probably smart. No answer. "She probably just stopped to film something," David reasoned. "Let's backtrack." We started retracing our steps, calling Sarah's name in increasingly panicked voices. The hospital suddenly seemed much larger, the corridors twisting in ways I didn't remember. Our flashlights started to flicker, the beams growing weaker. "What's happening?" Mary asked, shaking her flashlight frantically. "Battery drain," Ben said. "Sometimes happens in these places. Spirits or whatever draining the energy." "Don't start with that crap," I snapped, but I was scared too. My own flashlight was dimming despite having fresh batteries. That's when we heard it, a scream that froze my blood. Sarah's scream coming from somewhere ahead of us. We ran toward the sound, our faltering lights bouncing wildly off the walls. We turned a corner and nearly crashed into Sarah, who was backing away from a room, her face ash white. "What happened?" I grabbed her shoulders. She was shaking uncontrollably. She couldn't speak at first, just pointed toward the open doorway. David shined his weakening light inside, and we all saw it. What looked like human remains slumped against the far wall. Skeletal, wearing tattered clothes, like someone had just sat down and never got up again. "Is that real?" Mary whispered. "It's probably a prop," Ben said, but he made no move to check. "Left by other explorers to scare people." Sarah finally found her voice. "It's not a prop. I saw it move, its head. It turned toward me." "That's impossible," I said automatically, but even as the words left my mouth, I saw dust motes swirling around the figure, disturbed by recent movement. "We need to leave," David said. "Now." No one argued. We turned and hurried back the way we came, or at least we tried to. Somehow the corridors didn't match up with my memory. We'd take a turn expecting to find the stairwell, only to encounter more hallways. "This doesn't make sense," I said after our third wrong turn. "We should have reached the stairs by now." "We're going in circles," Mary said, panic rising in her voice. "Everyone stay calm," Ben said, trying to sound in control but failing. Let's just find any way down." After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we finally found a stairwell. Not the same one we'd come up, but at that point we didn't care. We practically ran down the stairs, our remaining flashlight beams bouncing wildly. When we reached the ground floor and headed for our entry point, the true horror of our situation became clear. The window we'd climbed through was now sealed with boards that looked like they'd been there for years, covered in dust and cobwebs. "This can't be right," David said, frantically looking around. This was our way in. We tried every door and window we could find, but everything was either boarded up or locked tight. It was as if the hospital had sealed itself around us. By now, our flashlights were barely working, giving off just enough light to see a few feet ahead. The darkness pressed in from all sides, and the air felt thicker, harder to breathe. "My phone's dead," Sarah announced, her voice cracking. It was at 80% when we came in. One by one, we checked our phones. All dead. Every single one, despite being fully charged before we entered. "This isn't happening," Mary whimpered, sliding down against a wall. I was trying to stay logical, to find a rational explanation, but fear was making it hard to think. That's when the temperature dropped. It happened so suddenly that we all noticed, our breath forming clouds in front of our faces. "Did someone turn on the AC in this abandoned building?" David tried to joke, but his voice shook. A soft sound echoed down the corridor. Footsteps, light and measured, coming closer. We huddled together, our dying flashlights pointed toward the sound. She appeared at the end of the hallway, a young woman in an old-fashioned nurse's uniform, her features delicate and somewhat translucent in the dim light. She didn't walk so much as glide toward us, her feet barely seeming to touch the ground. Mary screamed. I clamped my hand over her mouth, afraid of attracting something worse. The nurse stopped a few feet away from us. Her face was serene, almost kind. When she spoke, her voice sounded distant, like it was coming through water. "You shouldn't be here," she said softly. "It's not safe after dark." None of us could speak. We were frozen, pressed against the wall. "I can help you," she continued, raising her hand slightly. "I can show you the way out, but we must hurry. She knows you're here." "Who's she?" Ben finally managed to ask. The nurse's expression darkened. "The one who never left, the one who keeps us all here." I don't know why, but I believed her. Something about her presence felt protective. "Show us," I said, ignoring the panicked looks from my friends. The nurse nodded and turned, gesturing for us to follow. We did, staying close together, our almost dead flashlights creating weird shadows on the walls. She led us through corridors I swear we'd checked before, but now they seemed different, older somehow, with equipment and furnishings that hadn't been there earlier. It was like we were walking through the hospital as it had been decades ago. We descended a narrow staircase I hadn't seen before, going deeper than the ground floor. The basement. The air grew colder, damper. "This way," the nurse whispered, leading us to a heavy door, partially hidden behind a fallen cabinet. "This leads to the old service tunnel. Follow it to the end, and you'll reach the outside." David helped me push aside the cabinet, and the nurse pushed open the door, revealing a dark tunnel beyond. That's when everything went to hell. A shriek, inhuman and filled with rage, echoed through the basement. Our guide spun around, genuine fear on her transparent face. "She's coming," she gasped, "quickly, through the door." But before any of us could move, another figure materialized from the shadows, another nurse, but everything about her was wrong. Where our guide seemed gentle and slightly transparent, this one was solid darkness, her uniform stained with what looked like blood, her face contorted with malice. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, like a spider. "They're mine," the dark nurse hissed, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. "This is my domain." Our guide placed herself between us and the newcomer. "Run," she told us without turning. "I'll hold her back." We didn't need to be told twice. We bolted for the tunnel, all of us squeezing through the doorway at once. Behind us, a battle erupted, not physical but something else. Light against dark, two spirits locked in combat. The walls trembled and dust rained down from the ceiling. The tunnel was narrow and damp, forcing us to run in single file. Sarah was sobbing, Mary was praying under her breath, and David kept looking back as if expecting to see the dark nurse right behind us. We ran until our lungs burned, following the slight incline of the tunnel upward. Eventually we saw it, a grate with moonlight streaming through. Ben and David pushed against it, and it gave way surprisingly easily, letting us scramble out onto overgrown grounds behind the hospital. We didn't stop running until we reached the fence, finding a gap and squeezing through. Only when we were a good 100 yards away, in a lit public area with other people around, did we finally collapse, gasping for breath. For a long time, none of us could speak. We just sat there, shaking, occasionally glancing back at the looming shape of old Changi Hospital in the distance. "What the hell just happened?" David finally managed to say. None of us had an answer, Or rather, we all had the same answer, but nobody wanted to say it out loud. Our phones came back to life once we were outside, showing that we'd been in that hospital for over 3 hours, though it had felt both longer and shorter somehow. We made a pact that night not to talk about what happened, not to anyone. Who would believe us anyway? But I can't stop thinking about it. About her, our guide, and what she sacrificed to help us escape. Was she trapped there, fighting that other entity for eternity? Were there others like her, helping foolish thrill-seekers escape? The weirdest thing happened yesterday. I was looking through old newspaper archives for a history assignment, and I found a small article from 1955 about a nurse who had worked at Changi Hospital during the Japanese occupation. She had apparently helped many prisoners escape torture by sneaking them through a service tunnel. She was caught eventually and executed by the Japanese soldiers. There was a photo with the article, grainy and faded, but I recognized her immediately. The same gentle eyes, the same serene expression. I haven't told the others yet. We've barely spoken since that night, avoiding each other in the hallways at school. Some bonds aren't strengthened by trauma, they're shattered by it. I don't know what we experienced at old Changi Hospital. I don't know if writing about it here will help or just make everything worse. All I know is that I'll never go back there, and neither should you. Story 10. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Even typing this makes my hands shake, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar or can explain what happened to me. I've searched everywhere for answers, but nothing makes sense. This happened about 6 months ago when I was pregnant with my son. I was working at a small marketing agency in Singapore, where I've lived all my life. Being pregnant didn't stop me from putting in extra hours, especially with a big client presentation coming up. That night, I stayed at the office way longer than I should have. Everyone had left hours ago, but I wanted to finalize some slides. I didn't realize how late it was until I checked my phone and saw it was already past midnight. My husband was away on a business trip, so nobody was waiting for me at home. But still, walking alone at that hour wasn't smart. I packed up my things, turned off the lights, and locked the office door behind me. Our office is in one of those older buildings in the business district that empties out completely at night. The security guard nodded at me as I left, but even his presence didn't make me feel any safer once I stepped outside. Singapore is generally safe, but that night felt different somehow. The streets were completely deserted. No taxis in sight, and the nearest bus stop was a 15-minute walk away. My apartment was about a 25-minute walk, and I figured I'd probably get home before a taxi would even arrive if I called one. The streetlights were dim, some of them flickering, casting these weird moving shadows across the pavement. It had rained earlier, so everything was still wet, making the lights reflect off the ground in an eerie way. I remember feeling my baby move as I walked. He was particularly active that night, kicking and turning like he was trying to tell me something. I was 6 months along and could feel his every movement. I stroked my belly to calm him, but he kept squirming. The wind picked up, rustling through the trees lining the street. That sound normally wouldn't bother me, but that night it made my skin crawl. I picked up my pace, clutching my bag tighter against me. About halfway home, I started feeling like someone was watching me. You know that sensation when the hair on the back of your neck stands up? It was exactly like that. I looked around, but the street was empty, just me and the shadows. I kept walking, faster now. My apartment was still about 10 minutes away. I could see the tall buildings of my neighborhood in the distance, their lights dim against the night sky. Almost there, I kept telling myself. That's when I heard it, a soft laugh behind me. It wasn't the kind of laugh you hear when someone finds something funny. It was high-pitched, almost childlike, but with something wrong about it, like fingernails on a chalkboard, but in the form of laughter. I stopped dead in my tracks. My whole body went cold despite the humid night air. The laugh came again, closer this time. I turned around slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. At first, I didn't see anything, just the empty street stretching behind me. Then, movement caught my eye near a large banyan tree about 20 feet back. Something white was moving in the shadows. As I watched, frozen in place, a figure emerged from behind the tree. It was a woman, or at least it looked like one. She was wearing what appeared to be a white dress, stained with something dark that I didn't want to think about. Her black hair was so long, it reached past her waist, hanging in front of her face so I couldn't see her features clearly. The way she moved wasn't right. It wasn't smooth like a person walking. She seemed to glide, her feet barely touching the ground, and she was coming straight toward me. My grandma used to tell me stories when I was little. Stories about creatures that roamed the night in Singapore. I never believed them, thought they were just meant to scare kids into coming home before dark. But in that moment, I knew exactly what I was looking at. A Pontianak, a female vampire spirit in Malay folklore, the vengeful spirit of a woman who died during pregnancy, and Pontianaks are known to prey on pregnant women. As if sensing my realization, the woman, the thing, lifted her head slightly, and I caught a glimpse of her eyes through her hair. They were glowing red in the darkness, like tiny embers. "Your baby," she hissed, her voice sounding like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Give me your baby." My legs almost gave out. My baby kicked wildly inside me, like he was panicking too. I wanted to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. The Pontianak drifted closer, now only about 10 feet away. I could smell something foul, like rotting flowers and copper. My mind was racing, trying to remember everything my grandma had told me about these spirits. They were strongest at night. They announced their presence with their eerie laughter. They could appear beautiful to lure victims, then reveal their true, horrifying form. And they feared sharp objects. With trembling hands, I reached into my bag, praying I had what I needed. My fingers closed around something cold and metal, the small pair of scissors I always carried for work. The Pontianak was almost upon me now. I could see her face clearer, her skin unnaturally pale, her mouth opening to reveal teeth that were too sharp to be human. The stains on her dress were definitely blood, dark and old. I pulled out the scissors and held them in front of me, pointing them directly at her. "Stay back!" I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. The effect was instant and terrifying. The Pontianak's face contorted with rage, her mouth opening wider than any human mouth could, releasing a screech that pierced through the night. It was so loud and piercing that I had to cover one ear with my free hand, still holding the scissors out with the other. She coiled back, her body twisting in a way that no living persons could. Her red eyes blazed brighter, fixed on the scissors in my hand. For a moment we were locked in a standoff. Me trembling with my small weapon, her writhing in anger just out of reach. Then I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I turned and sprinted as fast as my pregnant body would allow. I didn't look back. I could hear her screeching behind me, the sound echoing through the empty streets. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but pure adrenaline kept me going. My building was in sight now, just a few more blocks. The Pontianak's screams seemed to be getting fainter, but I couldn't be sure if she was falling behind or if it was just the blood rushing in my ears, drowning out the sound. I reached my apartment complex, fumbling with my key card at the entrance. My hands were shaking so badly that I dropped it twice before managing to swipe it. The door unlocked with a click that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet night. I practically fell inside, the door automatically closing behind me. I dragged myself to the elevator, jabbing repeatedly at the button for the 14th floor. Only when the doors closed did I dare to catch my breath. Inside my apartment, I locked the door, then checked all the windows were closed and locked too. I turned on every light and sat in the middle of my living room, scissors still clutched in my hand, waiting for morning to come. I don't know if what I saw was real, or if my pregnant, overtired brain was playing tricks on me. But I know what I felt. The absolute terror. The certainty that something wanted to harm me and my baby. The smell of rot and blood that lingered in my nostrils for days afterward. I called in sick the next day and didn't leave my apartment until my husband returned. I never told him exactly what happened. How could I? He'd think I was crazy. Maybe I am. But since that night, I've noticed strange things. Sometimes I wake up to the sound of that same high-pitched laughter, only to find the night silent when I'm fully awake. There are scratches on my bedroom window that weren't there before, even though we live on the 14th floor. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch a whiff of that rotting flower smell. My son was born healthy 2 months ago, thank goodness. But I still keep scissors in every room of the house. I don't go out after dark. And sometimes, when I look at my baby sleeping peacefully in his crib, I can't shake the feeling that she's still out there, watching, waiting. I did some research after that night, learned that Pontianaks are said to be the spirits of women who died during childbirth, their bitterness and rage transforming them into something monstrous. They're drawn to pregnant women and newborn babies out of jealousy and a desire to take what was denied to them. Some say they can be defeated by driving a nail into the hole in the back of their neck. Apparently this transforms them back into the women they once were. Others say they can only be temporarily repelled with sharp objects or certain prayers. I don't know which stories are true. All I know is what I experienced. And I'm sharing this as a warning to anyone in Singapore, especially pregnant women. Don't stay out late. Don't walk home alone. And always, always carry something sharp with you. I still live in the same apartment, still walk the same streets during daylight hours. But everything has changed. I find myself looking over my shoulder constantly, jumping at every sound, terrified of the dark in a way I never was before. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever feel safe again, if I'll ever stop hearing that laughter in my dreams, if I'll ever stop seeing those glowing red eyes when I close my own. It's been 6 months since that night, and I still have no explanation for what happened. All I know is that something was out there in the darkness, something that wanted my baby, something that might still be waiting. And the worst part is, I don't think it's given up. Last night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of my son crying in his room. As I got up to check on him, I caught a glimpse of something white outside my window. Just for a second, just long enough to make my blood run cold. I rushed to my baby's room and found him sleeping peacefully. He wasn't crying at all. But when I returned to my bedroom, there were fresh scratches on the glass. Story 11. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. I mean, our kampong has its share of stories like any village in Malaysia. Stories of Pontianak and Penanggal that my grandmother would scare me with as a child. But those were just stories to me, until a month ago, until I saw CT. It happened when I was coming back from fishing at Sungai Tenang. I know I shouldn't have stayed out so late, but the prawns were really biting that evening, and I'd promised my mother I'd bring back enough for her sambal recipe. The moon was nearly full, casting enough light for me to see the path without my torch, which was good because the batteries were dying anyway. Our kampong is small, maybe 30 houses total, surrounded by palm oil plantations and patches of old jungle. Everyone knows everyone. We've all grown up together, shared celebrations, mourned losses together. CT, Cheng Tian, was one of us. She was 24, just a year younger than me. We weren't close friends or anything, but in a place this small, you know everyone's business, whether you want to or not. When CT died a month ago, the entire kampong turned out for her funeral. Her parents were devastated. The official story was that she fell into the river during a storm and drowned. Her body was found 2 days later, tangled in roots downstream. But there were whispers, you know, the kind that stop when certain people walk by. Anyway, I was almost home that night, passing by the old banyan tree that marks the entrance to our kampong, the one with roots that twist down from the branches like they're trying to grab anyone who walks underneath. As kids, we used to dare each other to touch it after dark. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought someone was just standing there, waiting for someone. It wasn't unusual for young couples to meet by the tree after their parents were asleep. But as I got closer, I realized who it was. CT was standing there, wearing the white dress they buried her in. Her long black hair hung down her back, swaying slightly, though there wasn't any breeze I could feel. She was looking away from me, toward the jungle. I froze. My mouth went dry. Every story my grandmother ever told me came rushing back. A woman in white, near a tree at night. Everything in me screamed to run. But then I thought, maybe I'm just tired. Maybe it's someone who looks like CT. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks in the moonlight. CT? I called out, my voice cracking. She turned, slowly, so slowly. And that's when my blood turned to ice. It was her face, but not her face. Her skin was the color of ash, drained of all life. But it was her eyes that made me take a step back. They were hollow, not empty, but filled with a deep sorrow that seemed to pull at me. And behind that sorrow was something else. Something angry. Something that made my skin prickle with goosebumps. Hefis, she said my name and her voice. It wasn't right. It sounded like her, but with an echo, like she was speaking from the bottom of a well. I've come back. My legs wouldn't move. I couldn't run, even though everything in me wanted to. You're dead, I said stupidly, as if she needed reminding. Yes, she replied, and a sad smile crossed her face. But I cannot rest. That's when I knew she wasn't just a ghost. She was a ngui, what my grandmother called a vengeful female spirit who returns when something is left unfinished, when justice hasn't been served. Why? I managed to ask, though my throat felt like I'd swallowed sand. They lied, Hefis, about how I died. Her form flickered slightly like a candle in wind. I didn't drown by accident, I was put there. I felt sick. The rumors had suggested as much, but to hear it from her. I need your help, she continued. I cannot rest until the truth is known, until those responsible face what they've done. Why me? I asked. We weren't close in life. I'd barely spoken more than polite greetings to her when passing on the road. Because you see me, she said simply. Because you're honest. Because you're not afraid of the truth. I almost laughed at that last part. I was terrified. But something about her desperation reached me. No one deserves to die the way she was suggesting. No one deserves to have their death swept under the rug with lies. What? My voice was steadier than I expected. CT stepped closer. I could see water dripping from the hem of her dress now, pooling around her bare feet. Listen, watch, ask questions. The truth is here in the kampong. Someone knows. Several someones know. Then she reached out and touched my hand. I expected her touch to be cold. Isn't that what ghost stories always say? But it burned like ice against my skin. Not painful, but shocking. I'll be watching, she whispered. I'll help you when I can. And then she was gone. Not like in movies where ghosts fade away dramatically. One moment she was there, the next I was alone by the banyan tree with just the sound of insects and my own ragged breathing. I stood there for I don't know how long, trying to process what had happened. Was I going crazy? Had I fallen asleep while fishing and dreamed the whole thing? But the burning sensation where she touched my hand remained. And when I got home and looked in the mirror, there was a mark. 5 fingerprints, pale against my brown skin, like a mild frostbite. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? I kept replaying the encounter, wondering if I'd really agreed to help a ghost solve her own murder. By morning, exhaustion had overtaken fear, and I made a decision. If I was going crazy, I might as well embrace it. And if I wasn't, if CT really had come back as Ngui, then someone in our kampong had gotten away with murder. I needed to start asking questions, carefully. I started with what I knew. CT had supposedly drowned during the big storm 4 weeks ago. She'd been found 2 days later when the waters receded. The doctor from the neighboring town had declared it an accidental drowning, case closed. But our kampong is small, and CT had lived here her whole life. She knew that river, knew its moods and dangers. She wouldn't have been careless, especially during a storm. My first stop was her family's house. I brought them some of the prawns I'd caught as an excuse. CT's mother answered the door, her face thinner than I remembered, eyes red-rimmed. She thanked me for the prawns, but seemed eager to close the door. I was just thinking about CT, I said quickly. We all miss her around here. Her mother's face crumpled a bit. Yes, it was so sudden. I still don't understand how it happened, I said carefully. CT was always so careful around the water. A shadow passed over her face. Sometimes accidents just happen, Hefis. We cannot question Allah's will. But there was something in her eyes. Fear. I couldn't tell. Did CT seem different before she died? Worried about anything? Her mother glanced behind her, then lowered her voice. Why are you asking these questions? I hadn't prepared for this. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying to understand. She studied me for a long moment. My daughter kept secrets in her final weeks. She was afraid, but wouldn't tell me why. And now she's gone. Tears filled her eyes. Please, Hefis, some things are better left alone. She closed the door gently but firmly in my face. Walking away, I felt someone watching me. Looking up, I saw CT's father observing from an upstairs window, his expression unreadable. Over the next few days, I asked around casually. Most people gave me the same answers. It was a tragic accident. So sad, she was so young. But there were exceptions. Old Mrs. Fatima, who lives nearest to the river, told me she heard screaming that night, not from the direction of the river, but from the road leading to Pak Razak's warehouse. But with the storm, who can be sure? She added, and refused to say more. Azam, who runs the small sundry shop, mentioned that CT had come in the day before she died looking like she'd seen a ghost herself. She'd bought a disposable camera, unusual because nobody uses those anymore, not with phones having cameras. When I asked if she'd said what it was for, he just shrugged. The more I asked, the more I felt eyes on me. People in the kampong started giving me strange looks. Conversation stopped when I approached. Twice, I noticed Dato Ismail's black SUV driving slowly past my house. Dato Ismail is the richest man in our kampong, owns most of the surrounding palm oil plantation. He's also our informal leader. Whatever he says, happens. And then, 5 days after seeing CT by the banyan tree, something happened that convinced me I wasn't crazy. I was walking home after dark. I'd been at my cousin's house watching football. As I passed the community hall, I heard voices arguing inside. The windows were open to catch the night breeze, and I recognized Dato Ismail's distinctive deep voice, though I couldn't make out the words. I'm not proud of it, but I crept closer to listen. Asking too many questions, Dato Ismail was saying. Just like her. He's harmless, replied another voice I recognized as Pa Razak, the warehouse owner. Just a boy with an overactive imagination. We can't take that chance, Dato said firmly. What if he finds the camera? My blood ran cold. The camera Azam mentioned. It's been dealt with, said a third voice, CT's father. His voice sounded strained, nothing like the gentleman I'd known my whole life. Are you sure? Dato pressed. Because if those photos ever get out, they won't, CT's father cut in. I burned everything in her room after it happened. There's nothing left. I must have made a noise because suddenly the voices stopped. I ran, praying the darkness would hide me. I didn't stop until I reached home, my lungs burning. That night, CT came to me again. I was lying in bed, unable to sleep, when the temperature in my room dropped suddenly. The curtains stopped moving, though my window was open. And there she was, standing at the foot of my bed, water still dripping from her dress. "They're hiding something," I whispered. She nodded. "In the warehouse," she said, her voice still carrying that unnatural echo. "The night before I died, I saw them." Saw who? Doing what? But she just stared at me with those hollow eyes. "The camera. They're afraid of the camera." "CT, I need more than that," I pleaded. She flickered like a bad TV signal. "It hurts to remember," she said. "It hurts to be here. But I'll show you." She raised her hand toward my forehead. I flinched but didn't pull away. When her fingers touched my skin, it burned like before. But then images flashed through my mind. CT hiding behind crates in the warehouse. A flashlight beam sweeping past. Camera clicking. Men arguing. A heavy bag being loaded into the back of a black SUV. CT running, slipping in mud, being caught, struggling, pain, water filling her lungs. I gasped as she pulled her hand away, feeling like I'd been drowning myself. The images were fractured, incomplete, but one thing was clear. CT had witnessed something at the warehouse, something involving Dato Ismail and others. Something worth killing for. "What was in the bag?" I asked. She shook her head. "I don't know, but it comes on boats late at night, and it makes them rich. Smuggling, that had to be it. Our kampong is not far from the coast, with easy river access. Dato Ismail's wealth had always seemed excessive for a palm oil plantation owner." "The camera," I said. "You took photos." CT nodded. "They think they destroyed them all, but they're wrong." She was fading now, her form becoming transparent. "Where?" I asked urgently. "Where did you hide it?" Her voice was barely audible as she vanished. "Where we used to play as children." And then I was alone again. Where we used to play as children. But CT and I hadn't played together as children. We weren't friends like that. Unless, she didn't mean me specifically, she meant children of the kampong. There's an old rubber plantation at the edge of the village. It's abandoned now, but when we were kids, it was our playground. There's a hollow tree there, where we used to hide treasures, pretty rocks, comic books, forbidden cigarettes when we got older. The next morning, I made an excuse to my mother about helping a friend with motorbike repairs and headed straight for the rubber plantation. It looked smaller than I remembered, the trees strangled by wild vines, the ground carpeted with dead leaves. I found the hollow tree easily enough, an ancient rubber tree with a split in its trunk, large enough for a child to crawl inside. Now, as an adult, I had to reach my arm in awkwardly, feeling around in the damp interior. My fingers brushed against something plastic. I pulled it out, a Ziploc bag, dirty but intact. Inside was the disposable camera, and wrapped around it, protected by another plastic bag, was a small notebook. I shoved both into my backpack and hurried to leave, constantly looking over my shoulder. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Back home, I locked myself in my room and examined my findings. The notebook was a diary, its pages filled with CT's neat handwriting. The most recent entries confirmed what I'd suspected. Saw them again tonight. Third time this month. Same routine. Boat comes, unloads into Pak Razak's warehouse. Dato's men take it from there. Don't know what it is, but must be valuable from how careful they are. And then the final entry, dated the day before she died. Got close enough to see inside one of the packages when they dropped it. Pills, lots of them. Taking photos tomorrow night as proof. Going to send everything to that reporter in KL who did the story on corruption last year. CT had stumbled onto a drug smuggling operation, right here in our sleepy kampong. And she'd paid with her life. I needed to get the camera developed, but I couldn't do it locally, not without word getting back to Dato Ismail. I'd have to go to the city, but that was a 2-hour bus ride away, and I'd need an excuse for being gone all day. Before I could figure out my next move, there was a knock at my door. My mother's voice called through, "Hafez, Dato Ismail is here to see you." My heart nearly stopped. Had they seen me at the rubber plantation? Did they know? I shoved the camera and diary under my mattress and went out to face him. Dato Ismail was sitting in our small living room, looking too large and too elegant for our simple furniture. My mother was hovering nervously, offering him tea he didn't want. "Ah, Hafizi," he said warmly as I entered. "I was just telling your mother what a fine young man you've become. Hard-working, respectful." I nodded cautiously. "Thank you, Dato. I hear you've been asking questions about poor CT's death," he continued, his smile never reaching his eyes. "Such a tragedy." "Just trying to understand, Dato," I said. "We all miss her." He studied me for a long moment. "Some things are best left in the past, young man. Stirring up old sorrows only brings pain to those still grieving, like CT's parents." The threat was subtle, but clear. "I understand," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Good," Dato nodded. "By the way, I'm looking for someone to help manage some paperwork at my office. Your mother says you're good with computers. It pays well. You should come by tomorrow, we can discuss it. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer." That's what he was doing. "Thank you for the opportunity," I said. "I'll definitely consider it." After he left, my mother was ecstatic about the job offer. I smiled and nodded while panic churned in my stomach. I had to act fast. That night, I snuck out after my parents were asleep. I took my motorbike instead of waiting for the morning bus, driving through the dark to the nearest city with the camera and diary hidden in my jacket. I found a 24-hour photo shop run by a bored-looking Chinese guy who didn't ask questions. While waiting for the photos to develop, I read through CT's diary more thoroughly. She'd been watching the warehouse for weeks, documenting dates, times, descriptions of people involved. She named names, not just Dato Ismail and Pak Razak, but several others, including, to my shock, her own father. The pieces fell into place. CT's father wasn't one of the murderers. He was being controlled by them, working for them out of fear or debt or some other hold they had on him. And after his daughter was killed, he'd helped cover it up. The thought made me sick. The photos, when they came, were mostly dark and blurry, taken in haste, in poor light. But a few were clear enough. Men loading packages from a boat, an open package showing hundreds of pills, Dato Ismail overseeing the operation, and most damning, a clear shot of Pak Razak grabbing CT herself, his face contorted with rage as he reached for her. The last photo must have been taken moments before they caught her. I made copies of everything, the photos and diary pages, and sealed them in an envelope with a letter explaining everything, including my encounter with CT's ghost. I addressed it to the reporter in Kuala Lumpur, mentioned in CT's diary, adding a note that this should be opened if anything happened to me. I mailed it before heading back to the kampong, arriving just before dawn. I hid the originals under a loose floorboard in my room and collapsed into bed, exhausted but wired with nervous energy. The next day passed in a haze. I avoided everyone claiming illness. My mother brought me soup and felt my forehead fretting about fever. I spent the time thinking about my next move. I had the evidence, but what should I do with it? Go to the police? They were probably in Dato's pocket. The reporter? That would take time. And now that I had the photos, I felt exposed, vulnerable. As night fell, I made my decision. I would confront CT's father directly, not to accuse him, but to show him I knew the truth and that others would soon know too. Maybe he could be convinced to come forward himself, to make amends for his role in covering up his daughter's murder. I waited until late, then snuck out again. making my way to their house. The lights were still on downstairs. I knocked softly. CT's father opened the door, surprise registering on his tired face when he saw me. "Hafiz, what are you doing here so late?" "I need to talk to you," I said. "About CT. About what really happened to her." The color drained from his face. He glanced behind him, then stepped outside, closing the door. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered urgently. "You have no idea what you're involving yourself in." "I know more than you think," I replied, pulling out one of the photos, the one showing Pak Razak grabbing CT. "I know she saw something she wasn't supposed to see. I know they killed her for it, and I know you helped cover it up." He stared at the photo, his hands shaking. "Where did you get this?" "She hid the camera, and her diary. I have everything, Mr. Cheng, and so does a reporter in KL, in case anything happens to me." It was a bluff. The package wouldn't arrive for a day or two, but he didn't know that. He closed his eyes, shoulders slumping in defeat. "You don't understand. They threatened my wife, my other children. What was I supposed to do?" "Tell the truth," I said. "Help me bring justice for CT." A tear slid down his cheek. "It's too late for justice." "No," said a voice behind me. "It's not." I turned to see CT standing there, more solid than I'd seen her before. Her father's eyes widened in shock and fear. "Tien?" he gasped, stumbling back against the door. She moved forward and I stepped aside. Her father was trembling now, sliding down to a sitting position. "I'm sorry," he sobbed. "I'm so sorry. They said they would kill your mother, your sisters. I was weak. I was a coward." CT knelt before him, her expression softening. "Then be brave now, father. Tell the truth. Help Hafiz." He looked up at her, then at me, then back to his daughter's ghost. Slowly he nodded. "I will," he whispered. "I'll tell everything." CT smiled, a real smile this time, without the sadness that had haunted her features before. She reached out and touched her father's cheek gently. He gasped, but didn't pull away. "Thank you," she said, then turned to me. "And thank you, Hafiz. You've given me peace." She stood and began to fade, not like before, but with a soft golden light surrounding her. The sorrow in her eyes was gone, replaced with something like contentment. And then she was gone, truly gone. I knew somehow. She had moved on. What happened next came in a rush. CT's father convinced his wife to take their other children and go to her sister's house in another state. Then he called the federal police, not the local ones, and told them everything. I added my evidence to his testimony. Dato Ismail, Pak Razak, and several others were arrested in pre-dawn raids. The drug smuggling operation was exposed. CT's death was reinvestigated and ruled a homicide. Some in the kampong call me a hero. Others won't look me in the eye. Those who knew what was happening but stayed silent. I don't feel like a hero. I just did what anyone should do when faced with injustice. As for CT, I haven't seen her since that night. I'd like to think she's at peace now. Sometimes when I pass the banyan tree at night, I think I feel something, not the cold dread of before, but something warmer, like gratitude. I never believed in ghosts before. Now I know better. Some spirits can't rest until justice is served, and sometimes they need the living to help them find peace. The mark on my hand where CT touched me has faded, but never completely disappeared. A reminder, I suppose, that the barrier between life and death isn't as solid as we'd like to believe. Story 12. I've been wanting to get this off my chest for so long. I've tried talking to friends about it, but they either think I'm exaggerating or just making stuff up. My therapist suggested I write it down as part of my healing process. So here goes. Last summer, my girlfriend Zhao Yu and I decided to visit Thailand. We'd been dating for almost 3 years and both loved traveling to places where we can experience authentic culture, not just tourist traps. We're both into folklore and local myths, so Thailand seemed perfect with its rich spiritual traditions. We'd saved up for months. I work as a graphic designer, and Zhao Yu is a kindergarten teacher. We'd been planning this trip for nearly a year, researching hidden gems, learning basic Thai phrases, the whole deal. We were beyond excited. The first week was amazing. We visited Bangkok, ate street food that blew our minds, and then headed north to experience more rural areas. The people were incredibly welcoming, and everything felt like an adventure. About 10 days into our trip, we stayed in this small village near Chiang Mai. It was stunning. Lush green everywhere, mountains in the distance, and these beautiful old wooden houses. Our hotel was this family-run place with only 6 rooms. The owners spoke decent English and were super helpful with recommendations. One night we were having dinner at this tiny local restaurant, just us and a few locals. An old man at the next table struck up a conversation with us in broken English. He was friendly, asking where we were from and if we were enjoying Thailand. Then he started telling us about local spirits and ghosts. At first it was just casual conversation, but then his tone changed when he mentioned something called a krasue. He lowered his voice, and I noticed the restaurant owner glancing over nervously. The old man described this thing as a floating head with glowing eyes and dangling entrails that hunts at night. According to him, it feeds on blood, raw flesh, and this part made me uncomfortable, unborn babies. He said pregnant women needed to be especially careful. Zhao Yu and I exchanged looks. We're not superstitious people. I mean, we enjoy ghost stories, but we don't actually believe in them. We thanked him for sharing, paid for our meal, and headed back to our hotel, joking about how these myths probably started as ways to keep people, especially women, inside at night. The next day we visited this ancient temple about an hour from our hotel. It was off the beaten path. Our hotel owner had recommended it as a place most tourists don't know about. The temple was beautiful, but kind of eerie too. There were these faded paintings on the walls, depicting various Thai spirits and demons. I remember spotting one that looked like what the old man had described, a floating head with intestines hanging down. It was during that temple visit that Zhao Yu started feeling unwell. She complained of feeling dizzy and nauseous. I figured it was just the heat or maybe something she ate, so we cut our visit short and headed back to the hotel. That evening she was still feeling bad. She took a nap while I sat on our little balcony reading. When she woke up, she seemed really pale. I asked if she wanted me to find a doctor, but she insisted it was probably just a stomach bug. What she told me next made my stomach drop. She'd missed her period by almost 2 weeks but hadn't mentioned it because she didn't want to worry me during our vacation. She thought she might be pregnant. I was shocked, but tried to be supportive. We agreed we'd find a pharmacy the next day to get a pregnancy test. That night, we just stayed in. I ordered some plain rice and soup from the hotel kitchen for her, hoping it would be gentle on her stomach. Around 11 p.m., we were both in bed. Zhao Yu had fallen asleep, but I was still awake, scrolling through my phone, looking up early pregnancy symptoms. Our room had these big windows that opened up to views of the nearby forest. We'd left them partially open to let in the cool night air. I first noticed it as a faint greenish glow in the distance. I thought it was maybe a firefly or someone walking with a lantern. But then I realized it was moving strangely, not in a straight line, but kind of bobbing up and down. As it got closer, I could see it better. It was still maybe 100 yards away, hovering near the tree line. The light wasn't from a lantern. It was coming from what looked like... I don't even know how to describe it without sounding crazy. It looked like a head, a woman's head, with long black hair floating around it. And beneath it was this mass of glistening, dangling things. I froze. I couldn't move or speak. It was exactly what the old man had described. The krasu. The thing drifted closer to our window, and I could see its face now. It had this horrible, hungry expression, and its eyes were fixed on our room. No, not on our room. on Zhao Yu. I finally snapped out of my shock and lunged to close the window. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the frame. As I was sliding it shut, the thing let out this sound, not a scream exactly, more like a high-pitched hiss that made my skin crawl. I locked the window and pulled the curtains closed, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I turned to Zhao Yu, relieved to see she was still asleep. I didn't want to wake her and freak her out, so I just sat on the edge of the bed, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. Then I heard it, a soft, wet tapping on the glass. Tap, 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 like something soft and damp hitting the window. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The tapping continued, getting more insistent. Then came a sound like nails or claws scraping down the glass. That's when Zhao Yu woke up. "Vince, what's that noise?" she asked sleepily. Before I could answer, the scraping stopped. There was a moment of silence, and then the most bone-chilling laugh I've ever heard. A woman's laugh, but wrong somehow, like it was being played backward. Zhao Yu sat up, fully awake now. "What the hell was that?" I tried to stay calm. "I don't know, probably just some animal. I didn't finish because right then the lights in our room flickered and went out. In the sudden darkness, I could see a faint green glow seeping around the edges of the curtains. Zhao Yu gripped my arm. "Vince, I'm scared." I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it. As I bent to find it, I heard a new sound, a wet, smacking noise, like lips parting. It was coming from the bathroom. "We need to get out of here," I whispered. "Right now." We didn't even grab our stuff. I just took Zhao Yu's hand and we ran for the door. The hallway was dark too, but emergency lights provided enough illumination to see. We rushed toward the stairs, and that's when I heard it behind us, a sound like something wet being dragged across the floor. I made the mistake of looking back. At the end of the hallway, hovering about 4 feet off the ground, was the head. In the dim emergency lighting, I could see it clearly now, the face of a woman but distorted, with glowing eyes and this hungry, twisted smile. Below it hung glistening organs, swaying gently as it moved. The smell hit me then, like rotting meat and something sweet and sickly. Zhao Yu saw it too and screamed. We ran down the stairs, nearly falling in our panic. The hotel lobby was empty. It was past midnight by then. We burst out the front door into the warm night air. "We need to find help," I gasped, still gripping Zhao Yu's hand. "Where? It's the middle of the night." She was trembling, tears streaming down her face. I looked around desperately. The village was small, most buildings dark, but I could see lights on in what looked like a bar about 100 yards down the road. "There," I pointed. "Let's go." We ran toward it, the gravel road hurting our bare feet. I kept looking back, terrified of seeing that floating head behind us, but the darkness seemed empty. We burst into the bar, startling the few people still there. The bartender, a middle-aged Thai man, looked up in alarm. I realized how we must have looked. 2 foreigners in pajamas, no shoes, wild-eyed with fear. "Please," I gasped, "we need help. There's something—" I didn't know how to explain without sounding insane. An elderly woman sitting in the corner stood up. She said something in Thai to the bartender, who nodded. She approached us slowly, her eyes fixed on Zhao Yu. "You are with child?" she asked in heavily accented English. Zhao Yu looked startled. I think so, maybe. How did you know?" The old woman's face grew grave. "Kresu. It hunts for the unborn." A chill ran through me. "You know about it? That floating head thing? It's real?" The woman nodded solemnly. "Very real. Very dangerous. Especially for her." She gestured to Zhao Yu. "It wants the heart of the unborn. For strength." I felt sick. This couldn't be happening. Things like this weren't real. But I'd seen it with my own eyes. What do we do? Zhao Yu whispered, one hand moving protectively to her stomach. The old woman studied us for a moment, then spoke rapidly in Thai to the bartender. He disappeared into a back room and returned with a younger man who the old woman introduced as her grandson. "My grandson will take you to Mo Fu," she said, "a shaman. He can help." I was skeptical, but we had no better options. The grandson, Wit, led us to his pickup truck. As we climbed in, I noticed the strange amulet hanging from his rearview mirror. It looked like a small bundle of herbs tied with red string. "Protection," Wit explained when he saw me looking at it. "Against bad spirits." The drive took about 20 minutes, along dark roads winding through dense forest. Zhao Yu was quiet, clutching my hand. I kept watching out the window, half expecting to see that glowing head following us. Wit finally pulled up to a small house at the edge of another village. Despite the late hour, lights were on inside. An old man was sitting on the porch as if expecting us. Wit spoke to him in Thai, gesturing toward us. The old man, Mo Fu, I presumed, nodded gravely. He was ancient, with deep wrinkles and sparse white hair, but his eyes were sharp and alert. He beckoned us to follow him inside. The house was small, just one main room filled with strange objects. Bundles of dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, shelves crowded with jars of mysterious substances, and in the center, a low table surrounded by cushions. Mo Fu motioned for Zhao Yu to sit. He studied her face, then placed his weathered hand on her forehead and closed his eyes. After a moment he nodded and said something to Wit. "He says the Krasu has marked her," Wit translated. "It will not stop hunting her as long as she carries the child." Zhao Yu began to cry softly. I put my arm around her. "Ask him what we can do. There must be something." Wit translated my question. Mo Fu's response was lengthy, his hands moving expressively as he spoke. "He can make a talisman of protection," Wit explained. "It will shield both her and the baby from the Krasu, but it must be worn at all times, especially at night." "Yes," I said immediately. "Please, tell him yes." The ritual that followed was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Mo Fu gathered various items from around the room: herbs, small bones, pieces of cloth, and what looked like dried insects. He placed these on a small metal plate and set it alight, creating pungent smoke that filled the room. As the smoke swirled around us, he began chanting in a low, rhythmic voice. The sound seemed to resonate in my chest, making my skin prickle. He took a small piece of paper and wrote on it with red ink, then folded it into a tiny square. This he placed in a small cloth pouch along with some of the burned materials. The whole process took about an hour. During this time I kept hearing strange noises from outside, rustling in the bushes, and once what sounded like that same eerie laugh we'd heard at the hotel. Each time Mo Fu would pause in his chanting, his eyes darting to the windows before continuing with increased urgency. Finally, he tied the pouch with red string and handed it to Zhao Yu. Through Wit, he instructed her to wear it around her neck and never remove it until after the baby was born. As Zhao Yu put on the talisman, I felt a change in the atmosphere. The air seemed lighter somehow, and the strange noises outside ceased. Mo Fu nodded in satisfaction. "We need to go back to the hotel," I said to Wit. "Our passports, our things, they're all still there." Wit spoke to Mo Fu, who shook his head emphatically and said something that made Wit's eyes widen. "He says you cannot go back tonight," Wit translated. "The Krasu will be most angry now that you have sought protection. It will be waiting. You must stay here until morning." Mo Fu cleared a space in the corner of the room, laying out mats and blankets for us. Before leaving, Wit promised to return at sunrise to take us back to the hotel. Zhao Yu and I lay down, exhausted but too terrified to sleep. Her hand kept going to the talisman around her neck, as if reassuring herself it was still there. Around 3 a.m., we both heard it, that wet, smacking sound, right outside the window. Mo Fu, who had been sitting in meditation near the door, opened his eyes. He spoke a few words that sounded like a command or warning. The response was immediate, a shriek of fury that made the windows rattle. I held Zhao Yu close as we watched a greenish glow appear outside, illuminating the window from behind the thin curtain. The shape of a head was clearly visible, pressing against the glass. Mo Fu stood and approached the window, holding up some kind of amulet similar to the one he'd given Zhao Yu. He spoke again, his voice stronger now. The shrieking intensified, and the glowing head pressed harder against the glass, which began to crack. I thought we were done for, but then something strange happened. The talisman around Zhao Yu's neck began to glow with a soft golden light. The Krasu outside let out one final agonized howl, and then the light was gone. Mo Fu turned to us and nodded, a small smile on his wrinkled face. He said something that Wit later translated for us. "It cannot breach the protection. Your child is safe now." The rest of the night passed in uneasy silence. At dawn, Wit returned as promised and drove us back to our hotel. The staff seemed surprised to see us, explaining there had been a power outage during the night. They had knocked on our door when the power returned, but got no answer. We packed our things quickly and checked out that same morning. We spent the remainder of our trip in Bangkok, in a modern hotel with electronic key cards and security cameras. Zhao Yu wore the talisman constantly. When we returned home, a pregnancy test confirmed what we already knew. Zhao Yu was indeed pregnant. Today, our daughter is 6 months old, healthy, happy, and seemingly normal in every way. Zhao Yu still wears the talisman, though Mo Fu had said it was only needed during the pregnancy. Sometimes, on dark nights, I wake up suddenly with the feeling of being watched. I look at my little family sleeping peacefully and wonder about what happened in Thailand. Was it real? Some mass hallucination triggered by local legends and the power of suggestion, or did we truly encounter something supernatural? I don't know. But one thing's for sure. I'll never forget the sight of that floating head, its hungry eyes fixed on Zhao Yu, or the smell of decay that accompanied it. And sometimes, when my daughter cries in the night for no apparent reason, I could swear I catch a whiff of that same sickly sweet odor, and my blood runs cold. Story 13. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to us at Tak Tak School. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in cold sweats. My parents think I'm just stressed about university applications, but they have no idea what's really keeping me up at night. It started with Jason's stupid idea. We were hanging out after school, bored out of our minds. Jason, Sam, Lucas, Natalie, Michelle, and me, Nicole. The 6 of us have been friends since primary 1, and we've always done everything together. But this time, I wish I'd just gone home. "Hey, you guys know about Tak Tak School, right?" Jason asked, looking up from his phone. "The abandoned one in Pingshan Village." Of course we knew about it. Everyone in Yuen Long has heard the stories. The old school built on burial grounds from the Japanese invasion. People in our district have been telling ghost stories about that place for decades. "My cousin went there last year," Sam added. "He said he felt something touch his shoulder when no one was there." Lucas, always the skeptic, rolled his eyes. "It's just an old building, guys. Your cousin probably felt a draft or something." "What about the headmistress?" Michelle asked quietly. We all went silent. That was the story everyone knew. The woman in the red dress who supposedly hanged herself in one of the bathroom stalls during the 1960s. They say her spirit still roams the hallways. "That's just a story parents tell kids to keep them from exploring abandoned buildings," Lucas said, but I could tell even he wasn't fully convinced. "Let's go check it out," Jason said suddenly. "Tonight." I immediately felt my stomach drop. "Are you serious?" "Why not? It's Friday, we don't have school tomorrow. We could meet up around 8, take the bus to Pingshan and be back by midnight." My parents would kill me, I said. Tell them you're staying at Michelle's, Jason suggested. Michelle, you tell yours you're at Nicole's. I looked at Michelle, who seemed hesitant but intrigued. Natalie was already nodding excitedly. Come on, Sam said. When do we ever do anything exciting? We're graduating in a few months, and then we'll all be at different universities. This could be our last adventure together. I hate peer pressure. I really do. But Sam was right. We were all going our separate ways soon, and maybe a part of me was curious too. Fine, I said reluctantly. But if anything weird happens, I'm out of there. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. We met at the bus stop at 8 p.m. sharp. It was unusually cold for Hong Kong, even in February. I wore a thick hoodie and brought a flashlight, as did everyone else. Jason also brought a small backpack with water bottles and snacks. What's the plan exactly? I asked as we got on the minibus heading to Pingshan. We go in, look around, take some pictures, and then leave, Jason explained. Simple. And how do we get in? It's abandoned for a reason. It's probably locked up. My cousin said there's a broken window on the east side that you can climb through, Sam replied. The place has been abandoned for years. Security is pretty much non-existent. The journey to Pingshan was mostly silent. I think we were all starting to feel nervous. Even Lucas wasn't making his usual jokes. We got off at the nearest stop and walked the rest of the way. Tak Tak School stood on a small hill, partially hidden by overgrown trees and bushes. The 3-story concrete building looked exactly like you'd expect an abandoned school to look. Windows broken or boarded up, walls covered in graffiti, and an overall sense of decay. A rusty gate with a broken chain hung open, as if inviting us in. Doesn't look that scary, Lucas said, but his voice was higher than usual. We stood at the entrance for a moment, hesitating. The sun had set completely by now, and the only light came from the distant street lamps and our flashlights. Maybe we should go in pairs, Natalie suggested. Cover more ground. Good idea, Jason agreed. Sam, Lucas, and I can take the classrooms on the left side. Natalie, Michelle, and Nicole. You guys check out the right side. There's supposed to be bathrooms and administrative offices over there. Great. The bathrooms, just what I wanted to see. Let's meet back here in 30 minutes, Jason continued, and if anything happens, just shout. The building isn't that big. We'll hear you. With that, we split up. I immediately regretted coming. The inside of the school was much darker than I expected. Our flashlights barely cut through the thick darkness, creating eerie shadows on the walls. The air felt heavy and stagnant, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. This place gives me the creeps, Michelle whispered, as we walked down a narrow hallway. It's just an old building, I said, trying to convince myself more than her. Nothing to be afraid of. Natalie led the way, seemingly excited by the whole experience. Let's find those bathrooms. That's where the headmistress supposedly died, right? I wanted to tell her that was exactly why we should avoid the bathrooms, but I kept my mouth shut. The hallway was littered with debris, old papers, broken furniture, even a moldy textbook from the 1980s. Our footsteps echoed loudly, no matter how carefully we tried to walk. There, Natalie pointed her flashlight at a door with a faded sign. Girls' bathroom. My heart started racing. Maybe we should check the offices instead. Come on, Nicole, Natalie urged. This is why we came, isn't it? To see if the stories are true. Before I could protest further, she pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing off the tiled walls. Michelle grabbed my arm, and I could feel her hand trembling. The bathroom was surprisingly intact compared to the rest of the building. 6 stalls lined one wall, with a row of cracked sinks opposite them. The mirrors above the sinks were mostly shattered, reflecting our flashlight beams in fragmented patterns. Which stall do you think it was? Michelle asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The last one, Natalie replied, already walking toward it. That's what everyone says. I stayed near the door, ready to bolt if necessary. The temperature in the bathroom seemed to drop suddenly, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in front of my face. "Guys, it's freezing in here," I said, rubbing my arms. Neither of them responded. Natalie had reached the last stall and was slowly pushing the door open. "Oh my God!" she gasped, stumbling backward. "What? What is it?" Michelle rushed forward, and I reluctantly followed. What I saw in that stall will haunt me for the rest of my life. Hanging from the ceiling was a tattered red dress, swaying gently as if moved by a breeze, except there was no breeze. The dress was old and faded, but unmistakably red. It hung from what looked like an old belt attached to a pipe running across the ceiling. "This has to be a prank," I said, my voice shaking. "Someone put this here to scare people like us." "I don't think so," Natalie whispered, pointing her flashlight at the floor beneath the dress. "Look." There, scratched into the floor tiles, were characters I couldn't read. They looked old, the grooves filled with decades of dirt. "What does it say?" Michelle asked. "I don't know," Natalie replied. "But look at how old these scratches are. This wasn't done recently." I took a step closer, trying to get a better look at the characters. That's when the temperature dropped even further. I could see frost forming on the mirrors, creeping across the glass like spiderwebs. "Guys," I started to say, but was cut off by a sound that made my blood run cold. Sobbing. The faint sound of a woman crying, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Please tell me you hear that," Michelle whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I nodded, unable to speak. The crying grew louder, more desperate, and then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the crying. It felt like the entire building was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. "We need to get out of here," I said, already backing toward the door. "Right now." But before we could move, the stall door slammed shut with such force that the entire bathroom seemed to shake. Then, one by one, all the other stall doors slammed shut as well. "What's happening?" Michelle cried, grabbing onto my arm so tightly it hurt. I was about to suggest we run when the mirrors above the sink shattered completely, sending glass shards flying across the room. We ducked, covering our faces, and then we heard it. A whisper, right behind us. "Leave this place." We spun around, flashlights darting wildly, and there she was. A woman standing in the corner of the bathroom, wearing the same red dress that had been hanging in the stall just moments before. Her face was partially hidden by long, tangled hair, but I could see her eyes, hollow, empty, filled with a pain so deep it made my chest ache. Natalie screamed. It was a sound I'd never heard before, pure, primal terror. The woman raised a pale, almost translucent hand and pointed toward the door. "Leave this place," she whispered again, her voice echoing throughout the bathroom. We didn't need to be told a third time. We ran, stumbling over each other in our haste to get out. Michelle was crying, Natalie was still screaming, and I was so terrified I could barely breathe. We burst into the hallway, running blindly toward where we thought the entrance was. I realized too late that we had turned down the wrong corridor and were now in a part of the school we hadn't explored. "Where are we?" Michelle panted, looking around frantically. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we need to find Jason and the others." That's when we heard more screams, male voices this time coming from somewhere above us. "That's them," Natalie said, her face pale in the beam of my flashlight. "Something's happening to them too." We found a staircase and ran up, calling out their names. The second floor was even darker than the first, with most of the windows boarded up completely. "Jason, Sam, Lucas," I shouted, not caring if the ghost heard me. At this point, I just wanted to find my friends and get out. "Over here," I heard Lucas's voice from down the hall. We followed the sound and found the three boys huddled in what must have once been a classroom. They looked as terrified as we felt. What happened? I asked, rushing over to them. We were checking out the classrooms, Jason explained, his voice shaking. Everything was normal until we got to this one. The temperature dropped suddenly and we heard a woman crying. Same thing happened to us in the bathroom, Michelle said. We saw her, Jason, the headmistress. She was real. We saw something too, Sam said quietly. A shadow, moving on its own. It went across the wall and then just vanished. We need to leave, Lucas said firmly. Right now. No one argued with that. We made our way back to the staircase, sticking close together. The building felt different now, alive somehow, aware of our presence. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides, and every creak and groan made us jump. We had just reached the first floor when all of our flashlights went out simultaneously. 1 second there was light, the next, total darkness. Stay calm, Jason said, though he sounded anything but calm himself. Just hold hands so we don't get separated. I felt Michelle's hand grab mine on one side and Lucas's on the other. We formed a chain and started moving slowly toward where we thought the exit was. That's when the whispering started. Dozens of voices from all around us, speaking in a language I didn't understand. It wasn't Cantonese or Mandarin or English. It was something else entirely, something old and somehow wrong. Don't listen, Jason urged. Just keep moving. We picked up our pace, nearly running now. I could feel something behind us following. The air felt thick and cold, like walking through ice water. And then just ahead I saw it, the faint outline of the entrance door, moonlight seeping through the cracks. There, I shouted, the exit. We rushed forward, but just as we reached the door, I felt something grab my ankle. It was cold, so cold it burned and strong. I screamed as I fell, my hands slipping from Michelle's and Lucas's grasp. Nicole! Michelle cried, turning back. Go! I shouted, kicking wildly at whatever had grabbed me. I'll be right behind you. Jason and Sam had already pushed the door open. Moonlight flooded in, providing just enough illumination for me to see what had hold of me. A hand, pale and withered, was wrapped around my ankle. It seemed to be coming out of the floor itself, as if reaching up from beneath the building. Before I could react, it let go, sinking back into the concrete as if it had never been there. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the door, not looking back. We all burst outside, gasping for breath, and didn't stop running until we reached the main road. Only then did we pause, looking back at the dark silhouette of Tak School on the hill. For a brief moment, I thought I saw a figure in one of the windows, a woman in a red dress, watching us leave. Did everyone see that? Lucas asked, his voice barely audible. We all nodded silently. We are never, ever going back there, Jason said, and for once no one had any objections. We caught the last minibus back to our neighborhood and didn't speak the entire journey. What could we say? We had just experienced something that defied explanation, something that shouldn't be possible. When I finally got home and crawled into bed, I couldn't stop shaking. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her, the woman in the red dress, her hollow eyes staring into mine, her whispered warning echoing in my ears. I've tried researching the history of Tak School since that night. Most of what I found was the same stories we already knew. The Japanese invasion, the hasty burials, the headmistress's suicide. But there was one small article in an old newspaper archive that chilled me to the bone. In 1968, 6 students from a nearby school went missing after reportedly planning to explore the abandoned Tak School at night. They were never found. The only clue was a single red thread discovered at the entrance of the girls' bathroom. 6 students, just like us. I haven't told the others about this article. I'm not sure I should. We've all been having nightmares since that night. And Michelle says she sometimes feels like someone's watching her, even when she's alone. As for me, I've started seeing her everywhere, in reflections, in windows, in shadows, just glimpses, gone when I look again. And sometimes when I'm alone in my room, I can hear faint sobbing, like someone crying from very far away. I don't know if what we experienced at Tak Tak School was real or some kind of mass hallucination. All I know is that something followed us home that night. Something that isn't done with us yet. And every night before I go to sleep, I check all the corners of my room, making sure there's no red dress hanging where it shouldn't be. Story 14. I still wake up in a cold sweat some nights, my heart pounding as I remember what happened. It's been almost 3 months, but I can't shake it. I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before, but what I experienced that night in Hong Kong has completely changed my perspective on reality. I moved to Hong Kong about 8 months ago for a job in finance. The city is incredible, always buzzing with energy, lights and people. I'd fallen in love with the mix of traditional Chinese culture and modern city life. My apartment was small but decent, located in Wan Chai, which made it easy to go out and enjoy the nightlife. That night started like any other Friday. After a particularly stressful work week, I decided to meet up with some colleagues at a popular bar in Lan Kwai Fong, the main nightlife district. We had a few drinks, laughed about office drama, and I was finally unwinding. I remember checking my phone around 1:30 a.m. and deciding it was time to head home. My friends wanted to stay longer, so I left alone. The streets were still pretty lively. Lan Kwai Fong on a Friday night doesn't really quiet down until much later. I'd had enough to drink that I felt that pleasant buzz, but was definitely still clear-headed. Instead of waiting for an Uber, which would have been more expensive with the surge pricing, I decided to walk a bit and then grab a taxi on a main street. I knew the area well enough by then, and thought I'd save some money by taking a shortcut through some back alleys that would lead me toward Queen's Road, where taxis were plentiful. In retrospect, this was obviously a terrible decision. The transition from the bright, noisy main strip to the narrow alley was jarring. One minute I was surrounded by crowds and music, and the next I was alone with just the distant thump of bass from the clubs behind me. The alley was lit sporadically by security lights from the backs of restaurants and bars. It smelled like a mix of garbage and cooking oil, typical for the back alley of a food district. I remember feeling the temperature drop slightly as I walked deeper into the alley. At first, I thought it was just because I was away from the body heat of the crowds, but it felt different somehow. More sudden, my bare arms prickled with goosebumps. About halfway through the alley, I heard a sound behind me. It was subtle at first, a sort of scraping noise that I initially dismissed as probably just a rat or a cat rummaging through garbage. But then it became more rhythmic. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause, almost like something being dragged. I quickened my pace, but tried not to panic. Hong Kong is generally very safe, but you never know when you might encounter someone looking to rob a drunk foreigner. The scraping sound continued, getting slightly louder. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was making that noise was following me. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I stopped and turned around, expecting to see either nothing or maybe a homeless person. What I saw instead makes my stomach turn even now as I type this. About 15 feet behind me, barely visible in the dim light, was what looked like a baby. But not a normal baby. This thing had a head that was grotesquely, impossibly large for its tiny body. It was on the ground, using its little arms to drag itself forward because the weight of its enormous head made it impossible to crawl normally. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The head was at least 3 times the size it should have been, bloated and misshapen. In the poor lighting, I couldn't make out its features clearly, which was probably a blessing. My brain tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe it was a doll or some weird art installation. Maybe someone was playing a sick prank. But then it moved again, those tiny arms pulling its massive head forward, with another scraping sound against the concrete. I was about to turn and run when the thing stopped moving. Slowly, it raised its enormous head to look directly at me. The dim security light from a nearby building caught its face, and I could see hollow black eyes sunken into the bulbous head. Its mouth opened, much wider than should be possible, and it let out a single word: "Mama." The voice wasn't childlike. It was deep and distorted, reverberating off the walls of the alley. My blood turned to ice. I ran. I just turned and sprinted as fast as I could toward the end of the alley, not daring to look back. I could hear it behind me, that horrible scraping sound getting faster, accompanied by a wet, slapping noise that I realized was its hands hitting the ground as it pursued me. The sound was getting closer. How was it moving so fast with that enormous head? I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning. The exit to the main street seemed impossibly far away. As I neared the end of the alley, I heard it again. "Mama!" Closer this time, the voice more desperate and angry. I swear I could feel breath on the back of my legs. I burst out onto Queen's Road, nearly colliding with a couple walking past. They jumped back, startled, and gave me annoyed looks. I spun around, expecting to see the thing right behind me, but there was nothing there. Just the empty alley I'd just fled from. The couple quickly moved away from me, probably thinking I was just another drunk foreigner. I stood there gasping for breath, my heart threatening to burst through my chest. Had I imagined it? Was the stress and alcohol playing tricks on my mind? I was about to reluctantly peer back into the alley when I heard it again, the scraping sound now coming from the darkness just beyond the streetlight's reach. Then I saw movement. The misshapen silhouette was there, still coming toward me, but slower now, as if hesitant to venture into the more populated area. I frantically looked around and spotted a taxi approaching with its light on. I practically jumped into the street, waving my arms. The driver slammed on his brakes, honking angrily until he saw the panic on my face. I yanked open the back door and threw myself inside, yelling, "Go! Please, just go!" in my limited Cantonese. The driver turned around, annoyed, and asked where I wanted to go. I blurted out my address in one chai, still trying to catch my breath. As the taxi began to pull away, I looked out the back window. My blood froze. The thing, that horrific baby with the massive head, had emerged from the alley and was now on the sidewalk. Under the streetlights, I could see it more clearly, and I wished to God I couldn't. Its head was bloated and veiny, the skin stretched tight and shiny over its bulging skull. The face was barely human, features compressed at the center of the vast expanse of its head, eyes like black holes, nose just two slits, and a mouth that stretched unnaturally wide across the lower portion of its face. The body was that of an infant, maybe 6 to 8 months old, skinny and pale, with stubby arms and legs that seemed too weak to move the monstrosity that was its head. And it was following us. As the taxi accelerated, the thing moved with impossible speed, its tiny arms a blur as it dragged itself after the car. "Do you see that?" I asked the driver, my voice shaking. "Behind us!" The driver glanced in his rearview mirror. His face, which had been annoyed moments before, suddenly drained of color. He muttered something in Cantonese that I couldn't understand, and then slammed his foot on the accelerator. The taxi lurched forward, throwing me back against the seat. "You see it too?" I asked, relief and terror fighting for dominance in my mind. He nodded quickly, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Die Tao, baby," he said in a strained voice. "Big head, baby. Very bad luck." Out the back window, I could see the thing was somehow keeping pace with us, even as we hit 30, then 40 kilometers per hour. Its movement was all wrong, not like crawling, more like it was being dragged forward by some invisible force, its limbs scrambling to keep up. The driver was now sweating profusely, constantly checking his mirror. He took a sharp turn, then another, clearly trying to lose our pursuer. I held onto the door handle, half terrified of the thing behind us, and half worried we'd crash. After several minutes of this erratic driving, The driver finally seemed to relax slightly. "I think gone now," he said, his English broken but understandable. I hesitantly looked out the back window again. The street behind us was empty. "What was that thing?" I asked, still breathless with fear. The driver shook his head, clearly not wanting to discuss it. But after a moment, perhaps seeing how terrified I was, he sighed and began to speak in halting English. "Big head baby ghost. From old hospital in Kowloon. Very bad story. 20 years ago, woman give birth to not normal baby. Head too big. Everyone very scared. Bad omen. Baby die, mother die. Hospital closed down after." He paused at a red light, checking the mirrors nervously before continuing. "Now, baby ghost look for new mother. Very dangerous for women. It follow you because maybe it want you." The way he said that last part sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. The light turned green, and he continued driving, now at a more normal pace, but still checking the mirrors frequently. "How do you know about this?" I asked. "Everyone know," he replied simply. "Old Hong Kong story. Some say not real, just story to scare children. But," he trailed off, shaking his head, "I see it now. Is real." When we reached my apartment building, I paid the driver extra, partly as thanks, and partly because my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't count the money properly. Before I closed the door, he looked at me with genuine concern. "Be careful," he said. "If big head baby choose you, it will come back. Maybe put salt at door and window. Maybe help." I thanked him, not knowing what else to say, and hurried into my building. The security guard gave me a curious look as I rushed past him to the elevators, probably noticing my disheveled state and wide eyes. Once inside my apartment, I locked the door, then checked it twice. I went around closing all the windows and drawing the blinds. I even found some salt in my kitchen and, feeling ridiculous but too scared not to, sprinkled it along my doorway and windowsills. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat on my sofa with all the lights on, jumping at every sound from the street below. As dawn broke, I finally felt safe enough to use my phone to search for information about what I'd seen. There were scattered references to a big head baby ghost on some Hong Kong urban legend sites and forums. The story matched what the driver had told me. About 20 years ago, at an old hospital that has since been demolished, a woman gave birth to a baby with an abnormally large head. The medical staff were horrified, considering it a bad omen. Both the mother and child died shortly after the birth, and the hospital closed down within months. According to the legend, the ghost of the baby roams Hong Kong, searching for a new mother. Some accounts claimed it only appeared to women, while others suggested it would appear to anyone who ventured near the old hospital site at night. But here's the thing that really got to me. In the past few weeks, there had been several posts on local forums about sightings of a strange baby-like creature in various parts of Hong Kong. One account, posted just 3 days before my experience, was from someone claiming to be the parent of a primary school student named Ming, who had seen a baby with a big head while retrieving a soccer ball from some bushes near his school. Since that night, I've been jumping at shadows. I barely leave my apartment after dark, and I've started taking rideshare services everywhere instead of walking, even for short distances. I've considered moving back to the States, but I've just started establishing my career here, and I don't want to throw that away because of... What? A ghost? A hallucination? I still don't know what to believe. But every night when I try to sleep, I hear that scraping sound in my dreams. And sometimes, when my phone rings or someone knocks at my door, for a split second, I'm convinced I'll hear that deep, distorted voice calling Mama again. Last night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to what sounded like scratching at my front door. I laid perfectly still, barely breathing, until it stopped after what felt like hours. This morning, I checked the hallway outside but found nothing. but the salt I had placed at my doorway was scattered, as if something had been trying to get in. I don't know what I saw that night or what's happening to me now, but I know I'll never take a shortcut through an alley in Hong Kong again. And whenever I hear a scraping sound, no matter where I am, I freeze, terrified that I'll turn around and see that grotesque baby with its enormous head, staring at me with those hollow eyes, calling me Mama once more. Story 15. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since that night at Aksu Station, and I keep seeing her whenever I close my eyes. I'm writing this down, hoping it might help me process what happened, because I honestly don't know what to make of it anymore. I'm a second-year student at Yonsei University, and that night I'd been studying at the library until it closed. It was finals week, and I was completely burned out from cramming for my economics exam. By the time I packed up my stuff, it was almost midnight. I debated whether to just grab a taxi, but I'm on a tight budget this semester, so I decided to catch the last train on Orange Line 3. The walk to Aksu Station was quiet. It had rained earlier, and the streets were still wet, reflecting the neon signs from the closed shops. Seoul never truly sleeps, but that area gets pretty deserted late at night. I remember checking my phone, 11:43 p.m., and calculating if I'd make the last train at 12:10. When I got to the station, it was almost empty. There were maybe 3 other people scattered around, all looking half asleep and staring at their phones. I tapped my T-Money card and headed down to the platform, scrolling through Instagram to pass the time. That's when I first noticed her. She was standing about 30 feet away from me, near the edge of the platform. At first glance, she looked like any other late-night commuter, black coat, long hair, but something felt off about the way she was moving. She wasn't just standing there waiting, she was swaying slightly, making these small, jerky movements with her head. I figured she was drunk. It was a weeknight, but you know how it is in Seoul. Someone's always out drinking with co-workers or friends. I tried not to stare, but then she started doing this dance. It wasn't like normal dancing. Her movements were stiff and uncoordinated, like she was being pulled by strings. Her hair was covering most of her face, but what I could see looked pale and expressionless. The digital sign showed 8 minutes until the last train. The platform was even emptier now, just me, the dancing woman, and one old man dozing on a bench far behind us. I don't know what compelled me to take out my phone and snap a picture. Maybe it was because the whole scene felt surreal, or maybe I just wanted to show my roommate why I was getting home so late. The flash was off, so I didn't think she'd notice. I uploaded the photo to this forum I follow. It's for weird stuff you see in Seoul, kind of a local curiosity thing. I captioned it, "Drunk woman dancing on the Orange Line platform at Aksu. Hope she doesn't fall. Last train coming in 7 minutes." Within seconds, comments started flooding in. "That's creepy, AF. Is she alone? Take a video. Which exit are you near? I'm morbidly curious now." I replied that I was near exit 3, and that's when things got weirder. The woman suddenly changed her movements. Instead of swaying randomly, she began doing this rhythmic shuffle, getting closer to the yellow safety line with each step. My phone kept buzzing with notifications. Someone commented, "Dude, get closer and take another pic. I swear something looks off about her." I hesitated, but eventually took a few steps toward her, pretending to check the arrival board. From this new angle, I could see more of her face through her tangled hair. Her eyes were wide open but unfocused, and her mouth was slightly open. She wasn't smiling or frowning, just blank. I quickly snapped another photo and posted it. The reactions came fast. "Nope, get away from her now." "Wait, is she bleeding?" "That's not a drunk person. My grandmother used to say spirits dance like that when they're trying to take someone with them." I looked up from my phone, and that's when I saw it. She was bleeding. There was a dark streak running down from her hairline to her cheek. I hadn't noticed her hit anything, but there was definitely blood trickling down her face now. My heart started racing. The train was still 5 minutes away according to the board, but it felt like time was stretching. I posted another update. Guys, she's bleeding from her head now. I didn't see her hit anything. Should I ask if she's okay? The forum exploded. Don't approach her. This is giving me serious Yashui station vibes. Can anyone else at Aksu confirm this? I'm calling bullshit. Post a video. Those movements aren't natural. My cousin works for the subway, and they have stories about spirits at the end of service hours. I was getting freaked out, but I also felt frozen in place. The woman's dance had become more frantic. She would take 3 steps toward the edge, then 2 back, then 4 forward, like some twisted game. Her bleeding seemed to be getting worse, but she didn't react to it at all. The blood was now dripping onto her coat. 5 feet away from me, a middle-aged woman who had just arrived on the platform saw the dancing woman and immediately turned around, hurrying back up the stairs. That's when I knew I wasn't just imagining things. I decided to record a short video. My hands were shaking so bad that the footage came out blurry, but I posted it anyway with the caption, "This isn't normal. The bleeding is getting worse. Train comes in 4 minutes." As soon as I posted it, the comment section went crazy. "There's someone behind her. Do you not see that? Look at her hair. It looks like someone is pulling her hair from behind. Get out of there now." I looked up again, squinting at the woman. At first I didn't see anything unusual besides her increasingly erratic movements and the blood. But then I noticed her hair. It was moving against the airflow from the tunnel. The station air conditioning was pushing air outward, but strands of her hair were being pulled backward, as if someone was gently tugging at them from behind. But there was nobody behind her, just the empty platform and the tracks beyond. My throat went dry. The arrival board now showed 3 minutes until the train. I took a step back, wondering if I should just leave and find a taxi. Forum updates be damned. That's when the woman suddenly stopped dancing. She went completely still for about 10 seconds. Then, slowly, she turned her head toward me. I still couldn't see her face clearly through the matted hair and blood, but I felt her eyes lock with mine. My entire body went cold. I managed to take one more photo, my finger automatically pressing the button while my brain screamed at me to run. I posted it with trembling hands. "She's looking at me now. I think I need to leave." The forum responses turned urgent. "Get out now. Don't look at her eyes. That's not blood on her face. Zoom in." I didn't have time to zoom in or read more responses because at that moment the station lights flickered. Just once. A quick dimming and brightening that lasted maybe half a second. When the lights stabilized, the woman was gone. Not like she had walked away or fallen onto the tracks. She was just gone. Vanished between one blink and the next. My legs nearly gave out. I spun around, scanning the entire platform, but there was no sign of her. Just me and the old man who was still somehow sleeping through all of this. The arrival board showed 2 minutes until the train. I posted a frantic update. "She's gone. She just disappeared when the lights flickered. I'm not making this up." The forum went wild with theories and demands for more information, but I couldn't focus on any of it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I kept looking around, expecting to see her reappear behind me or next to me. When the train finally arrived, I practically leaped inside, choosing the most crowded car even though it only had 4 other people in it. I sat directly across from a security camera, feeling like I needed to be seen, to be among normal people and working technology. I didn't post any more updates during the ride home. I was too shaken, constantly checking over my shoulder and jumping at every announcement over the train speakers. When I finally reached my stop, I ran all the way to my apartment building and double-locked my door. My roommate was asleep, so I didn't wake him. I just sat on my bed with the lights on until morning, refreshing the forum and news sites, trying to make sense of what had happened. The next morning, The top news story made my blood freeze. There had been a double suicide at Yashui Station, 2 stops away from Aksu, just after midnight. A man and a woman, apparently strangers to each other, had jumped onto the tracks simultaneously as the last train approached. The article mentioned that security footage showed both victims had been behaving erratically before jumping, and that they had both been bleeding from head wounds that couldn't be explained. I immediately checked the forum, but my entire thread from the night before was gone, deleted. Every post, every comment, every photo vanished. I messaged the admin, who claimed there had never been any thread about Aksu Station posted by my account, but my phone still had the photos. When I opened my gallery to look at them, what I saw made me drop my phone. In the first picture, the woman was just a blurry figure. In the second, you could see the blood. But in the last photo, the one I took when she was looking at me, there was something else visible in the background. A hand, a pale greyish hand emerging from the darkness of the tunnel, its long fingers tangled in the woman's hair. I deleted the photos immediately and tried to convince myself I was just overtired, that my eyes were playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw. In the following days, I noticed fewer people at Aksu Station in the evenings. I overheard conversations about the dancing ghost and the disappearing woman. Some students at my university mentioned taking longer routes to avoid Orange Line 3 after dark. It's been 3 weeks now. I've taken taxis or buses everywhere since that night, no matter the cost. I can't bring myself to set foot in Aksu Station again. Sometimes I think about going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I saw a bleeding woman who disappeared into thin air, that her photos vanished from the internet, but showed something pulling her hair from the tunnel. The strangest part is that I can't stop thinking about her eyes in that final moment before she vanished. I didn't mention this earlier because I've been trying to forget it, but when she looked at me, her eyes weren't angry or sad or even empty. They were pleading, like she was begging me for help. I don't know what happened at Aksu Station that night. I don't know if what I saw was connected to the suicides at Yashui. All I know is that something impossible happened, and I can't explain it. Every time I close my eyes, I see her dancing, blood running down her face, hair moving against the airflow. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel something gently tugging at my hair.